Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Give everyone just a moment to take their seats. Great. Good afternoon again, and welcome to the National Community Solar Partnership 3rd Annual Summit and the 1st Annual National Community Solar Partnership Summit that has ever had an in-person component. We are thrilled to have you here in the room today. We're also thrilled to be joined by an online audience. This event is hybrid, so we have folks joining us virtually today, which is also really exciting. Thank you all for being here. If you are in the room today, we have something in common. We share a vision for an energy future that is fundamentally different than the energy system we have now. It's an energy future that is less centralized and more distributed. It's an energy future that has access for homeowners in all household types, regardless of their income level, of their ownership status, or whether or not the sun hits their roof. And it's an energy future that includes not just access to clean energy, but access to the benefits of clean energy for all. So we're really excited to have you here today. We're going to be making a lot of really exciting announcements today about the idea that it is community solar's time to shine, and we're really excited to celebrate that with you all. My name is Anna Balzer. I am the Solar Community Engagement Coordinator for the National Community Solar Partnership. I'm really excited to be kicking us off, but before we do, thank you. Before we do, though, we have a few obligatory housekeeping remarks. So just a housekeeping item I already mentioned. This is a hybrid event, so we have both in-person and virtual elements. For those online, we are recording this. So if you can't make it today or folks can't make it today, we will be sharing this afterwards so that we can make sure this event is really accessible to all of our audience. And because it is hybrid, we're going to do our best to bring our virtual folks into the room and you to our virtual folks, which means we're going to use Mentimeter. I hope a lot of you have used this before, but what you'll do is during our breaks, we'll have some questions for each of you so that folks that are virtual and in the room can all answer the same questions and see who's in the space. You can use this code. You might want to preload it now if you'd like, but we'll pull it up before our breaks too, so you can join. So please do engage in the Mentimeter. And then if you are here in person, you can keep up with our event landing page where we will be dropping links to things that we are saying during our panels or the announcements that our speakers are making. You can find the event landing page QR code on the back of your registration badge. So please keep up during the day with that. So before I pass it off, just a quick run through for the agenda. So after our welcome, we are going to be moving on to our Sunny Awards ceremony. So recognizing the winners of our Sunny Awards for Equitable Community Solar Prize Challenge. After which we'll have a short break. We ask our Sunny Awards winners to stick around. We'll take some pictures with you all. And then we'll move into our afternoon panels. So we'll start out with a fireside chat between Nicole Steele and Tricia Miller, and then move into a couple of panels with one networking break in the middle of them, and then some closing comments and some time for networking after the event. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Nicole Steele, who is head of the National Community Solar Partnership and program manager for the Workforce and Equitable Access team at the Department of Energy. Nicole.
Thank you so much, Anna. Let's give Anna Balzer another round of applause. Anna and the NCSP team have been tirelessly working on putting together this in-person event, and I think the team just generally are so incredibly excited to be in person. I know the first two were virtual, and today we will be hybrid. So we want to make sure that when we do throw events, they are inclusive and that everyone has an opportunity to learn from and participate in, which is why we really wanted to make sure that we were making this event hybrid. So again, my name is Nicole Steele. If I have not met you, I'm very excited to be meeting you right now. I do lead the National Community Solar Partnership, and I am hitting my 2-year anniversary doing that next week. And so this has been an incredible ride. We have taken the partnership from about 200 members when I joined to over 1,300 members today. And we cover all 50 states plus territories. And so community solar is definitely spreading, and lots of folks are incredibly interested in what we are doing. And we really are those problem solvers. How do we support you to be successful in the work that you do? What is the role of government, federal government specifically, in supporting your work to ensure that your work is truly impacting the communities that you are working in and the customers that you are serving? So last year at our summit, and so if we want to bring up the slides again, we announced a new goal for the National Community Solar Partnership, which was to ensure that there was enough community solar in the United States to power 5 million households with $1 billion in savings all by 2025. So we made this announcement, and we announced the Pathway to Success initiatives. And so as part of that, we developed 5 initiatives to help us meet that goal. And those initiatives were truly designed through listening to the members of NCSP. And so I want to make sure that that is super clear. Like, we are listening to you and really diving into the weeds on how to solve problems to ensure that community solar can be available to not only meet our goal, but really be part of the larger administration's goal of decarbonizing not only the building sector by 2035, but the entire economy by 2050. And then the other thing that I really want to mention is the fact that NCSP was a pilot program of the Justice 40 initiative to really ensure that a minimum of 40% of its benefits are flowing to disadvantaged communities. And so we really helped sort of design that roadmap on how other programs throughout the whole of government can do this in a way that is meaningful. And so as part of that, we really truly are integrating the goals of the priorities, I should say, of the Justice 40 initiative. And the other thing that I wanted to point out on this slide before we move on is the fact that, you know, we may see this goal as being just sort of audacious, because, you know, if you were here as part of the NCSP or the CCSA, not NCSP, CCSA conference this morning and yesterday, you know, we have a long way to go. And but it is 100% doable if we are working on each one of these initiatives intentionally and collaboratively. And I think one of the big pieces that I want to point out is collaboration with the Coalition for Community Solar Access. So I want to give a huge round of applause and thank you to CCSA. And the work that they do to bring industry together and also help set laudable goals for industry. So, you know, community solar is obviously helping us meet this administration's goals of clean energy transition and the Justice 40 initiative. And as Jeff Kramer mentioned yesterday, is truly democratizing the benefits of solar. And I want to say that again. So community solar, the business model of community solar, has the ability to truly democratize the benefits of solar energy. And what that means is that it can be accessible to everyone. It can bring household savings to everyone. It can bring resilience benefits, wealth building benefits, as well as local economic development benefits like workforce development. Okay, so I know I only have 2 minutes, so it is now my job to introduce Garrett Nielsen. Garrett is the Deputy Director for the U.S. Department of the Solar Energy Technologies Office. Garrett is my boss and has been a lot of fun to work with over the last 2 years. He has been at CETO since 2012 and has really been moving the solar industry during that time. So let's welcome Garrett to the stage.
All right. Thank you very much, Nicole. And another big thank you to the NCSP team. I'm very humbled to call all of them colleagues. When I see all that's been able to be done in such a short period of time, it really blows me away. Like I remember, I've been in the DOE for about 11 years now, and about 6 or 7 years ago, we were having meetings with much smaller groups, just figuring out how do you even define what community solar is. And now to look at where we are is just really something incredible. And so I'm just humbled to be here with this team and with all of you in this room. And so when people think about the Department of Energy or the Solar Energy Technologies Office, people generally think about big science, difficult engineering. How do we literally invent the hardware and software that's going to drive our energy future? And that is all excellent. And we take all of that very seriously. But on top of that is also making sure that we figure out how to get these technologies into places where they can benefit the average American, where they can benefit American business. And so that's why we take deployment very seriously as well. And so part of the Community Solar Partnership is part of larger efforts that we do to really drive deployment forward, whether it's looking at permitting issues, siting issues, workforce issues. And so with that lens, we think that we can do incredible things to drive towards the decarbonized future that this administration is looking for, and I think that we all want to see. And so when we think about decarbonization and we think about deployment, I kind of think about our next speaker. So I'm really pleased to be introducing Jeff Marudian, who's a special advisor to Secretary Granholm. Before joining the Department of Energy, he was at the White House working on climate issues. Before that, he was the director of the Washington, D.C. Department of Transportation, where I have to thank him for the many upgrades around where I live, including bike lanes and lots of other great stuff, to include also a number of other things. And then prior to that, he was the Assistant Secretary for Administration and the first Chief Sustainability Officer, I believe, at the Department of Transportation under the Obama and Biden administration. We're thrilled to have Jeff here today, and I'll hand it off to him without taking any more of his time.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Garrett. Thank you, Nicole. So much work goes into planning an event like this. So can we please give Garrett and Nicole and their entire team a round of applause? I also want to just thank Jeff Kramer, Catherine Hamilton, Sean Gallagher, Robin Dutta for their hard work and commitment to community solar. And I also want to say how incredibly fortunate we are to have Tricia Miller here from the White House climate team. We're even luckier to have her in the White House. So thank you, Tricia, so much for being here. I am incredibly lucky, as Garrett said, to have the opportunity to work with an incredible team at the Department of Energy. And as some of you know, President Biden set an ambitious goal to achieve a decarbonized electricity system by 2035 and a decarbonized energy sector by 2050. And solar is a huge part of that. And under Secretary Granholm's leadership, we are working full speed ahead to reach those goals. We know that in order to reach them, solar energy must grow from 4% of the electricity supply to 40% in 2035 and 45% by 2050. And solar energy must be affordable and accessible to everybody. And as solar has become more affordable, residential solar adoption has increased, with more than 3.7 million solar energy systems currently operating across the US as of last year. But despite, as many of you know, decreases in the cost, many households still have trouble accessing solar in their homes. And those include renters, homeowners who can't access affordable financing, and those without suitable rooftop conditions. All of this is to say that we recognize the critical need that communities all across this country have for clean energy. And that's why President Biden made it a priority to pass the Inflation Reduction Act. And now that it is law, the time is now to expand access to clean energy and ensure that the benefits of solar are equitably distributed. At the Department of Energy, we've been working hard to expand the reach of clean energy to more communities. Earlier this year, we partnered with the US Department of Health and Human Services to pilot an online platform that helps low-income households subscribe to community solar programs. The new Clean Energy to Communities program, or C2C as we like to call it, will connect local government, electric utilities, community-based organizations, and others with innovative modeling and testing tools developed at DOE's world-class national laboratories, with representatives from those national labs here today, to transform their clean energy goals and ambitions into reality. We are building out workforce training programs to ensure that people are ready for clean energy jobs in every community across the US. In fact, just this morning, several of my DOE colleagues and I had the opportunity to participate in a local IBEW solar workforce training. I know we've got some IBEW members here. Christina Marquez is one of them, and she helped give us a tour and reminded us of the important role that the workforce will play in our clean energy transition. And of course, we have the NCSP. Since 2019, NCSP has worked to expand access to affordable community solar to every American household. And we are so focused on community solar because it's a model that allows energy users to subscribe to a shared system, often located within their own community. All of you know that the benefits here can be immense, potentially giving folks the opportunity to receive credits on their electric bill for energy for their share the system generates, often with a savings of 5 to 25%. This enables communities across the nation to provide their members with access to meaningful benefits of renewable energy that they may not otherwise have access to, particularly low to moderate income communities. Benefits like lowering the burden of energy costs for families, generating good paying jobs, enabling a more resilient grid, and promoting community ownership and wealth building. This is why NCSP continues to invest in equitable community solar development to further drive home the importance of community solar. Consider this. Lower income households spend about 8.6 of their income on energy costs. That's 3 times more than non-low income households. For families at or below 100% of the poverty level, the average ratio of energy costs to overall household income is 16%, which is nearly 1/6 of their household income. And residents of counties with higher average energy expenditures have higher premature mortality rates, poorer health, and a lower average life expectancy. With figures like that, we simply cannot sit by. NCSP has received feedback from stakeholders that we need to achieve at least a 20% reduction in electricity bill costs for community solar subscribers to see a meaningful impact. And that 20% savings level was used to develop the target that Nicole mentioned earlier, of 5 million households by 2025 with a $1 billion energy savings. And I know that we can hit this goal if we all work together. And that's why I'm so optimistic seeing all of you here today. I know that we can get there. As of this January, this month, we have over 1,300 members in NCSP from over 960 organizations and at least 1 member from all 50 states, plus the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, Guam, and the US Virgin Islands. This is just the beginning. We at DOE know that the future is bright. We know that by working together, we can ensure that all Americans can take advantage of meaningful benefits of community solar and make sure clean energy isn't seen as a luxury, but it's an attainable and critical need. So now I have the pleasure of introducing our Deputy Secretary at the US Department of Energy, Dave Turk, and we're going to tune in for this video in which he is going to make an exciting announcement that will help expand access to community solar. Let the video take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I wish I could be there with you in sunny San Diego. I'm delighted to speak with you virtually about the bright future of community solar. The Biden-Harris administration has been all in on community solar since the beginning. In 2021, the Department of Energy's National Community Solar Partnership set an ambitious target to power the equivalent of 5 million households with community solar and save $1 billion in energy costs by 2025. That's a 700% increase in deployment over just 4 years. We're betting big on community solar because we know it's one of our best tools to tackle our climate crisis, to decarbonize our grid and help every community access the benefits of clean energy. Those benefits include lowering electricity bills, increasing resilience to extreme weather events, and creating jobs. And now with the president's climate agenda, we'll help more families access those benefits even sooner. DOE's Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant Program under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law includes grants for over 2,700 communities across our nation. These grants can be used for a wide variety of clean energy projects, including community solar. EPA's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund includes $7 billion for low-income communities to deploy zero-emissions technologies like solar energy. The Inflation Reduction Act provides tax credits to incentivize the private sector to supercharge solar deployment. And it includes a 30% tax credit for installation of rooftop solar. The low income focused tax credits alone could support up to 18 gigawatts of additional community solar projects over the next 10 years. With all these new resources and incentives, it really is community solar's time to shine. That's why today I'm excited to announce that NCSP is launching the Community Power Accelerator. The Accelerator will connect developers, investors, community-based organizations, and technical experts to finance community solar projects. Fortunately, there's no shortage of funding, so our task is to make sure all types of organizations and communities have access to these funds. The Accelerator hosts an online platform that will make it easier for participants to connect with each other and start conversations about project financing. Community-based organizations and small developers can also take virtual training programs that focus on project development. We're going to amplify the impact of the Accelerator with a new $10 million prize that will provide upfront capital to organizations to build the expertise, experience, and capacity required to develop community solar projects at scale. Mission-aligned developers can receive cash prizes to expand your staff and operations and design and deploy community solar projects that prioritize equitable access. By competing for the prize, you can help us expand access to community solar across our country and build models to replicate again and again. So here's what I'm asking of you today. Take advantage of these new resources and join the Community Power Accelerator. Apply for the Community Power Accelerator prize and connect with the folks around you. Whether you're in the room or joining from across our country, these relationships we're building are going to power an equitable and just energy transition. Let's keep working together to spread the benefits of community solar to every pocket of our country. Thank you.
All right, so I know that was like a 2-minute announcement. Thank you so much from Deputy Secretary Turk for making that announcement on behalf of NCSP. But there is a lot of detail and meat in that announcement, and we're really excited to be able to dive into that in a minute. But before we get there, we have some other really exciting announcements that we want to focus on. And so let's bring up the meaningful benefits slide, because I think a lot of folks have heard us talk about what we're really trying to do with community solar deployment, but you saw another slide on the Sunny's Awards. And so first, I want to thank everybody who applied to participate in this first inaugural round of the Sunny Awards. So let's give all of those folks a round of applause. And really what the purpose of the Sunny's Awards are to highlight best practices, really those projects and programs that are integrating in these meaningful benefits. Folks that are doing that work today and doing it in a way that's truly ensuring that those benefits are flowing to both communities and customers that they are working in. And so just to quickly go over the meaningful benefits so everybody knows what we're talking about. So applicants submitted their projects and programs based on this criteria and whether or not their projects or programs included greater household savings or low to moderate income access, resilience and grid benefits, community ownership or community wealth building, and then lastly, economic development or equitable workforce development. There were actually 2 additional innovation categories, one simply innovation on impact and other in innovation in community engagement, because those are also 2 incredibly important elements that folks need to be focused on as they're deploying community solar. So let's go over the applicants really quickly. So if we can go to the next slide. We had, for this first round, we actually had a really nice representation of states across the United States. I would love to see more states if we were to do this again. Really wanted to sort of, we got a nice variety of different types of organizations that applied too. So about 40% for-profit, another 40% nonprofit, and then state, local, and tribal governments, as well as utilities. And so we definitely want utilities get up there, and then maybe a little bit more state and local government as well. And then let's go to the next slide. And so this is also how folks applied. And so this is actually really interesting. And I wanted to make sure to include this before we announced all of the finalists and winners, because it says what projects are focused on today and where we could potentially be providing more focus. And so we see a lot of work in the low income access space and the greater bill saving space, but very little work in the resiliency space and less in community ownership. So I'd love to see those sort of numbers go up too. And so doesn't mean those projects that did apply are doing really, really cool things. So I think that's everything I have on the Sunnies, because I need to turn it over to Jeff Kramer, who is going to announce the finalists of the Sunny Awards. So the finalists have already been announced, but we want to make sure that we're giving opportunity to really recognize the full group of folks that are in the room today. And so when he calls your name, definitely want you to stand up so we can fully recognize, and we'll hold applause until the end. But I want to thank Jeff Kramer for coming up and doing this. Jeff is the CEO and president of the Coalition for Community Solar Access. And I mentioned that coordination that we are doing with CCSA. It's so imperative that we're building a big tent and really ensuring that all different types of organizations are working in the community solar space. And so CCSA really helps lead in thoughtful development of coalition building and leading the industry in a way that's truly democratizing the benefits of solar, and bringing organizations like Grid Alternatives, my alma mater, and I see some folks over there from Grid, and like Vote Solar and Earth Justice. And so really wonderful breadth of organizations that are not necessarily exclusively in the community solar space, but bringing them together to ensure that the equitable benefits of community solar can be found by everyone. So Jeff, why don't you come up on stage, and without further ado, we can make sure that we're representing the Sunnies finalists.
Thank you, Nicole. Before we do that, I just want to thank all the government officials here that I know are working overtime since the passage of the IRA to put once in a generation legislation into action. I know that that is a Herculean task. So a big round of applause for all of them. I mean, it's incredible what they're doing. And I just also want to just echo the big tent, and it's the partnership with NCSP for the community solar industry and the folks we work with is so important. And that extends beyond even the federal government into groups like the Solar Access Coalition, which is a coalition of environmental justice groups, environmental groups, and rooftop and community solar industry groups working together to think about good public policy and programs. And then even in states, we're working with economic development groups and even some conservative groups to help create state programs to expand community solar. So the tent is big and it's important. So with that, I know I'm on an agenda here. So before we get into the finalists, I'd like to highlight some of the aggregate accomplishments from some of these projects and programs. So first, to become a finalist, these projects and programs have to meet minimum requirements in at least a meaningful benefit category. They also have to have been energized for at least 6 months and had to include at least some residential subscribers. In aggregate, these 31 finalists have represented over 400 megawatts of capacity and included collaboration of over 60 organizations. So today we'd like to recognize these finalists for the Sunny Awards by organization. So as I read out the organization names, we invite the representatives from these lead organizations to stand and recognize who you are in the room. Say hello to them if you chat, and you can chat with them online even. Wow. Audience, you all, if you can, please hold your applause until all the organizations have been named. So first, the Bonneville Environmental Foundation, CEC, well, we'll do it at the end. CEC, Stuyvesant Cove, also doing business as Solar One, Citizens Energy Corporation, Clearway Community Solar, Common Energy, Community Through Colors, Cooperative Energy Futures, Department of Energy and Environment, DOEE, DSD Renewables, Grid Alternatives, Groundswell, Illinois Power Agency, Metropolitan Mayor's Caucus, Nautilus Solar Energy LLC, Nexamp, Northwest Arctic Borough, Olympia Community Solar, People Power Solar Cooperative, Oregon Clean Power Cooperative, Plymouth Area Renewable Energy Initiative, Resonant Energy, Solar Commons, Solar Landscape, Sunwealth Power, and then UGE International. I hope you all can win. Congratulations to all of you on being recognized for the best practices for your projects, programs, and demonstrated in delivering meaningful benefits to subscribers and their communities. Now, I'd like to pass things off to Garrett Nilsson from the Department of Energy's Solar Energy Technologies Office to introduce the Meaningful Benefits category special recognition winners. Garrett.
Thank you, Jeff. And I'd like to invite Nicole back up here to help congratulate our meaningful benefits winners. And I just want to say again, like how exciting it is to see folks here in person, to see the energy behind all of this and all the incredible business models and ideas that come out of this. I really hope that replication will be able to drive these ideas even further and that we will just be able to really accelerate community solar through the proliferation of the great ideas that we hear here today with all the brilliant people in this room and joining us online. So we're going to go through 16 unique project categories, or sorry, span 16 unique projects and across 13 different states. What I'm going to do is read off for each category, the groups that we've recognized. They will come up, they can shake their hands, and we ask that you save the applause for the end of that category, and I'll be clear when that is. So I know you're not here to listen to me ramble, so I will just dive right in. So greater household savings. So this is setting the target of at least 20% bill savings for households that participate in the community solar project. The winners for special recognition are Sunwealth with the Boston Properties, City Point, and 500 Totten Pond projects. So we welcome Sunwealth to come on up. Next in this category is the Illinois Power Agency with the Illinois Solar for All. Thanks. And next will be Groundswell, SharePoint Community Solar Project located in Washington, D.C. at the Monastery of Our Lady of Mount Carmel. And that is all of our group savings winners. All right, moving right along, we have our low and moderate income household access. This category set a target for at least 40% of the capacity of a community solar project and program to be reserved for low and moderate income households. The special recognition awardees are the Illinois Power Agency for Illinois Solar for All. So, yep. Next is Grid Alternatives for the Santa Rosa Community Solar Project with their partners Santa Rosa Band of Coahia Indians and an Anza Electric Cooperative. And next we have Nautilus Solar with the White Marsh Community Solar Farm. So congratulations to all of our low and moderate income household winners. All right, we'll keep moving to our next category. Congratulations. This is resilience and grid benefits. So Sunny's looked for projects that were capable of delivering power during a grid outage, such as using storage or a microgrid, or strengthening grid operations through demand response and other actions that the systems might be able to take. For this, we had one program, and I'd like to invite up Oregon Clean Power Cooperative for the Oregon Shakespeare Festival Community Solar Project and their partner Solarized Roads. And our next category is going to be community ownership. So this provided an option for the communities to own the project and their assets or other revenues so that we can build more wealth inside of the communities. Up first, we have People Power Solar Cooperative and the Dividends Return Commons model. Next up, we have Olympia Community Solar with the Hummingbird Community Solar Project. And third, last but not least, the Oregon Clean Power Cooperative for the Oregon Shakespeare Festival Community Solar and their partners. And then next of our fifth meaningful benefits is equitable workforce development. In this case, we are developing workforce for the local communities so that we can create local job creation and well-paying jobs with a pathway to high-quality careers in the solar industry. For this, the first one we have is Solar Landscape for One Catherine Street Community Solar and their partner, Sustainable Jersey City. And the second winner in this space, we had Nexamp for their Urbana Solar Program with the City of Urbana, Embarrass River Basin Agency, CEFS Economic Opportunity Corporation, Community Action Partnership of Central Illinois, and the National Community Action Partnership and Mark First. That was a mouthful of partners there. So next, we also had two innovation categories. So really just trying to see how are people doing things in unique in the areas of community engagement and just kind of overall impact. And so our first is the innovation and community engagement. So this sorry, I lost my train here. Demonstrate innovative and replicable and inclusive ways to engage communities authentically and to really drive project outcomes. And so over here, the special recognitions are for the Metropolitan Mayor's Caucus, Community Solar Clearinghouse Solution Program, their partners, MC Squared Energy Services, the Power Bureau, North Shore Electric Aggregation Consortium. Next, we had Olympia Community Solar and the Hummingbird Community Solar Project. And then third, we had Plymouth Area Renewable Energy Initiative, the New Hampshire Solar Shares, with their partner organizations of New Hampshire Electric Cooperative, Lakes Region Conservation Trust, Granite United Way, Squam Lakes Conservation Society, and the Center Harbor Energy Commission. And the last we had for innovation impacts, this was demonstrating innovative and replicable models to drive benefits that were not included among our previously defined meaningful benefits. So we have two groups here. First is the Metropolitan Mayor's Caucus for the Community Solar Clearinghouse Solution Program with their partners, MC Squared Energy Services, the Power Bureau, North Shore Electric Aggregation Consortium. And the second is Bonneville Environmental Foundation from a Heart Butte Community Solar and their partnered organizations, Heart Butte School, Grid Alternatives, and Glacier Electric Cooperative. So just really want to say thank you and congratulations to all of those winners and all of the work that everyone's done. We hope that you're all able to replicate and push these models further and these impacts further as we look to a future of proliferated community solar for all. And with this, I'd like to hand it back over to Jeff Marushian to get to the main event.
Great, thanks, Garrett. All right. I am excited to announce the 5 grand prize winners. Across the board, these teams achieved a combined total savings of $4.3 million for subscribers and their communities, provided clean energy access for 7,300 low to moderate income households, and demonstrated best practices in increasing resilience, expanding community ownership, building a more equitable workforce, and leading community engagement. The winners are, thank you for that. All right, first, Community Power, Jobs and Savings for LMI Households in Brooklyn, New York. Joe for Son, Ashland in Ashland, Massachusetts. Congratulations. Faribault Community Solar in Faribault, Minnesota. All right, the next one is near and dear to my heart. District of Columbia Solar for All in Washington, D.C. Congrats. Congrats so much. Thank you. And last, the Shugnock Kobuk Community Solar Battery IPP in Shugnock, Alaska. Let's have one more big round of applause for all of our winners today.
All right. I know that was, hope that was as exciting for you it was for me. I am just cannot be more proud of the team and then all of the work that the organizations that not only took the time to submit and participate in the Sunnies, but just reading through the amazing work that you are doing on the ground today is just so inspiring. And I really, truly hope that we're able to continue to do more projects along those lines and only continue to do bigger and better and integrating and continuing to be innovative in the work that we're doing as we're moving forward. So as I said earlier, we got to make these huge announcements for the Sunny Awards. And there was also a huge announcement made by Deputy Secretary Turk. And really want to just make sure that we spend some time on that. But before we do that, we're going to take a 15-minute break. So again, I want to thank all of the applicants and all of the competitors. So let's give them a round of applause before we take a break. I also want to thank all of the judges that helped make those decisions, because it was an incredibly difficult decision that needed to be made. And I hope it only continues to get more and more difficult over the years. So for all of the winners, we want to take a quick photo over here. So let's join up over here during the break, 15-minute break, and we'll be back to dive into conversation. So see everyone very, very soon.
Hello, everyone. If you could take a seat, we're going to get started again in just a moment. And if anyone could yell out to the folks in the lobby that we're getting started, that'd be great. Thanks, Mazen. Thanks a lot. My name's Greg Leventis. I am with Berkeley National Laboratory, and Berkeley Lab is coordinating the technical assistance for the National Community Solar Partnership. And I've been working with folks since about 2020, and it is really awesome to see people in real life for the first time in like 3 years. I just met Mac over here, and we actually live a few blocks from each other. We've never met each other. So now we're down in San Diego meeting each other in person for the first time. So solar's time to shine. I think the Deputy Secretary said it great. You know, the reason it's time to shine is because of all this really amazing information that we're getting over the last 2 days, CCSA's goals, the bipartisan infrastructure law, all the news coming out from the Inflation Reduction Act, and of course, the Community Power Accelerator. So this is going to present a lot of really amazing opportunities. And next, Nicole Steele is going to come up. She's going to talk about the Community Power Accelerator and how that fits into a lot of these opportunities and how that's going to amplify some of these opportunities as well. And then she's going to be joined by Tricia Miller from the White House's Climate Policy Office, and they are going to discuss a lot of the opportunities that are coming out of the Biden administration and the federal government more generally. So, Nicole.
All right, thank you. And hello again. Thanks for coming back, and congrats again on all the Sunny Awards members. I know everybody is itching to hear more about those specific projects and the details of them. And so definitely stick around for the last panel of the day, where those grand prize winners will be talking about the specifics of all of their projects. So you'll get to hear then what they're all about. And so like Greg said, thanks, Greg. Greg has been fantastic to work with over the last couple of years and really managing our technical assistance program. And so for all of you people out there that are NCSP members, you too have access to our free and on-demand technical assistance programs, where we have lab experts at both Berkeley National Lab and NREL that can be supportive of your question or concern. We also have a number of third-party experts on staff as well that can be supportive of your issue. And we do all things from program design to education and outreach to looking at sites and developing pro formas. And so how many people in the room here have actually received direct technical assistance? Raise your hand. A lot. That's awesome. You too can also have direct technical assistance. So I'm going to jump into the details of the really exciting announcement that Deputy Secretary Turk went over on the Community Power Accelerator. And I really do hope that folks in this room get excited. So let's go to the next slide so I can sort of dive in on really what the history and the goals are of the Community Power Accelerator. And so there's a couple things that I just want to sort of say off the bat. The idea of this really started and was announced on Earth Day last year as part of a White House Earth Day announcement that a number of stakeholders were coming together to really sort of solve the problem of being able to access capital. And so, that's one of the continued persistent problems that we heard time and time again from our stakeholders. And we really wanted to better understand what folks meant when they said access to capital, because when you do talk to a lot of people, they say, no, that's not a problem. I have plenty of capital. I can deploy community solar. That's not my problem. But I think when we really start leaning into the inclusion of the meaningful benefit pieces. And so when we're looking at building community solar facilities that are serving low to moderate income households that are providing greater bill savings. So today we see an average of a 10% bill savings subscription for community solar subscriptions. We want to double that to 20%. If you're starting to incorporate storage and resiliency or community ownership models or even local workforce development, that all starts to cost more and starts to make projects harder to pencil, or at least that is what we had started to hear. Now, with the passage of the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, and a lot of the incentives, including the tax incentives associated with that, that access to capital and making those meaningful benefit projects pencil is not as difficult as it was a year ago when people were telling us that this is a problem. But what continues to also be incredibly difficult is that pre-development phase and that organizational and capacity building phases that organizations that are solving these problems on the ground need. And so they need this additional support, whether it be through training, like supported training, supported technical assistance, and in capital to get them through that part of the process where a portfolio of projects can reach financing. And so, you know, with all of that knowledge coming together and talking to the community, we established 3 goals for the Community Power Accelerator. And the first goal is to really standardize equitable access to community solar financing. And so what that really meant is that when a developer goes to a lending institution to, you know, or in their investors or whatever, their entire stack, whether it includes philanthropy or, you know, impact investors, construction debt, whatever the stack ends up looking like, we wanted to standardize that process. And so what are those items that all of those different types of institutions are looking for to ensure that a project is ready for financing? And so we standardize that by the creation of what is called the credit ready checklist. The next goal is to expand capacity and expertise for those mission aligned projects that are incorporating the meaningful benefits. And really, like I mentioned earlier, providing the resources and the training that folks need to scale and replicate and really like lean into this space. And so maybe you're in adjacent space, maybe you're in affordable housing, or you're in community economic development, or you've done, you know, rooftop solar, but haven't gotten into community solar. So we want to be able to provide you the tools to be able to expand into this space. And then last but not least, I mentioned this earlier today, but, you know, one of the sort of the big needs is like, where is this all going to go? And so really leaning into the creation of the robust project pipeline with meaningful benefits. So ensuring that we're helping facilitate to build this project pipeline that can take advantage of all of those fundings that everyone has been talking about over the last day and a half. So let's go to the next slide. And you know what the Community Power Accelerator is doing is bringing together a number of different stakeholders to really create sort of this broader ecosystem that is supportive of all of these different stakeholder groups, but also has like a clear identified role for each stakeholder and group. And so you may not necessarily see yourself in one of these groups. Maybe you do. Maybe I want to be part of one of those groups. But you know, we have been engaging these different groups, so lenders, investors, philanthropy, developers, community-based organizations, our technical assistance experts, and obviously the NCSP team over the last year and a half in the creation of the Community Power Accelerator, and really ensuring that each one of these stakeholder groups has, you know, knows how they fit into the ecosystem, knows what their role is, and knows what their role and responsibility is as part of the accelerator itself. So let's bring up that next slide. And so I'd mentioned roles. And so what are each of these stakeholder groups doing on the accelerator? And so the accelerator is an online platform. The link has officially gone live. So if you're on your phone and you want to check it out right now, it's communitypower.energy.gov. And what it does is it's a searchable database of developers investors, lenders, and philanthropy on who has projects and who wants to fund projects. And so those investors and lenders that are on the accelerator will be there and are on the accelerator today, ready to sort of receive the projects that are going through the accelerator and have agreed to utilize what the due diligence checklist that was created as part of this process. And so that due diligence checklist is called the Credit Ready Checklist. Philanthropy, we have a number of philanthropy partners that are already, on the accelerator that have agreed to support project gap needs, that sort of pre-development organizational support. So like maybe we're not even ready to start thinking about projects, but we want to start building organizational capacity. Philanthropy is there and ready to help build that organizational capacity. And then the developers and the co-developers, again, we are supporting those folks, to be more co-developers, more developers in just number, but also helping to expand true capacity. And then the technical assistance experts in the NCSP team are really supporting those developers going through the ecosystem, whether it be filling out the credit ready checklist and the project profiles on the platform itself, or developing additional resources and tools, convening stakeholders, and just like other sort of like necessary requirements to ensure success of the accelerator itself. So let's go to the next slide. So here is just the elements. So I've teased a little bit of this. I talked about sort of the stakeholders making up the ecosystem, the roles of those stakeholders, and then each one of those stakeholder groups also did a thing. And here are sort of the elements that make up the larger accelerator. And so I mentioned the online platform, and this is where you go, you join. If you're not an NCSP member yet, you got to become an NCSP member. That is easy. All you do is have to be interested in community solar and be in the United States or be doing business in the United States, and fill out your profile. And so there are partner commitments. And so we're truly ensuring that when folks are utilizing the accelerator, they're integrating those meaningful benefits into their project. And so that's part of the commitment of joining the accelerator. The credit ready checklist, like I mentioned earlier, is essentially that due diligence screen that the lenders, investor organizations came together over the last year and came up with an agreed upon diligence screen to utilize for lending purposes. And so, once a developer comes through the accelerator, they use that checklist. And then once that checklist is finalized, they develop their project profile online and they're ready to start shopping for financing. Another major element to this is the Community Power Learning Lab. This was created in partnership with the University of New Hampshire, Carsey School of Finance. This is an online 8-week course. And so, we want folks to really truly understand what it means to develop community solar from site acquisition all the way through subscription management and operation and maintenance. And so one of the things that we kept hearing time and time again with lending organizations of like, what are you seeing and why aren't folks able to access capital, is because folks didn't either have a trusted relationship with that lending institution, and they weren't confident that folks truly understood the full soup to nuts process of what it meant to install community solar and operate and manage. And so that's what the Learning Lab is doing. There is a philanthropy ready guide that was created as part of the philanthropy work stream. This really just helps organizations better understand how to engage philanthropy as part of this process and how philanthropy can play a role in ensuring that meaningful benefits are included in the deployment of these projects. And then we have a full technical assistance program with a number of partners already signed up that knows how to develop community solar with meaningful benefits, that are at the helm ready to support organizations looking to do this. And then last but not least, that sort of prize funding mechanism that Deputy Secretary Turk mentioned, where we've announced $10 million in that pre-development prize support to utilize the accelerator. I am very excited about the details of, sort of utilizing the prize structure to support folks to participate in the accelerator, to really give folks the capital needs that they've been essentially standing at the top of a mountain, waving their arms and screaming, we need pre-development and capacity building support. And so that is what this prize is going to provide to those organizations looking to scale community solar with meaningful benefits. So let's go to the next slide. And this is the slide that I am most proud of. Obviously, the elements in the earlier slides was an incredible amount of work, and I have to give major shout out and kudos to all of the folks who've been working on this in the last year and a half. But these are the inaugural partners of the Community Power Accelerator who have agreed to the meaningful benefits, agreed to utilize the credit ready checklist, and have committed over $5 billion in private sector capital to support the Community Power Accelerator today. And so these lending organizations, these investors, these philanthropic organizations are ready today to start looking at projects with meaningful benefits that are able to come through the accelerator. And then if you need that extra support through a prize mechanism and utilizing the resources of the accelerator and needing that additional capital, please do consider applying to participate in the prize or spread the word and bring more folks in. I know we have a number of folks in the room that are on this slide, and so I would love for folks to wave if you are in the room and on the slide today. So thank you so much. Yes, thank you. All right, and I think that might be my last slide. Is that right, Anna? Yeah, all right, fantastic. So now we get to have a really wonderful conversation with my friend Tricia Miller. So Tricia, come on up. And I think I leave this here. Yes. And my mic, can you all still hear me? Okay, perfect. So I am so excited to have Tricia Miller chat with us today about just the potential and the impact, the opportunity of what community solar can do in this space and how we can align with so many of the efforts that you've been working on over the last decade or two. So Tricia Miller joins us from the Domestic Climate Policy Office. She's been focused on industrial and building emissions and really ensuring that we're meeting the goals of this administration, particularly in the clean energy space. And so, Tricia, I'd love to just hear from your own perspective. You know, over the last 2 years, we've seen major developments in both the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act that have these really historic implications in clean energy. So, you know, from your perspective, what is the potential here for these laws to do for community solar specifically and clean energy at large?
Great, thank you, Nicole. Well, I'd just like to start, recognizing the President's climate and clean energy agenda, and that last year marked the single largest deployment in wind, solar, and batteries. So we are becoming a magnet for clean energy investment. Thanks to all of you. We're, in such an important and momentous moment to lean in and deploy. I think the other part just I wanted to highlight is, so we're also on track to quadruple the amount of domestic solar manufacturing by next year. So we are off to the races, and that's really because of the partnerships represented here today and the policies that we're able to implement thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law, CHIPS, and the Inflation Reduction Act. When the president took office, the US had 7 gigawatts of solar panel capacity. So to put into perspective what this trajectory is looking like, and many of you know it because you're on the ground, working on financing projects, installing them, partnering on community solar, but Thanks to your partnerships, we're going to be on track to add an additional 25 gigawatts of capacity. And that's enough to power 5 million homes a year to switch to solar clean energy. So that's where we're headed. You know, you're asking specifically, you know, over the next year or two with the Inflation Reduction Act. It's a transformational investment, you know, in solar and a whole wealth of clean technologies, including wind, electric vehicles. I mean, really across the whole spectrum of a clean energy economy, which America is becoming the centerpiece of. So we're excited. It's equally as important that this clean energy economy is strengthened by and supports American workers, the communities, and labor. So that's, you know, that's a key component of everything we're doing. And the Inflation Reduction Act gives us that platform to look holistically at what does an equitable clean energy economy look like for all of us in this field. More specifically on the impacts of the IRA, we were looking at, you know, what does it lead to in terms of the growth and market transformation. So it's over 65 gigawatts of manufacturing capacity that's estimated to be added as a result of the Inflation Reduction Act.
That's amazing. And so, you know, what is the, you know, this group is specifically focused on community solar. And so how do you see community solar playing a role, and why is it so important to this administration's agenda? And more specifically, you know, the initiative around Justice 40.
Well, I think what I saw with the Sunny Awards was really the embodiment of our Justice 40 goals. It's, you know, the opportunity both on the workforce side, on the deploying this community solar in underserved communities. That really is the fabric of how we deliver solar solutions in an equitable and affordable way. So it's, you know, it's part and parcel with advancing Justice 40 as a whole of government approach to centering clean energy and climate solutions in principles of equity and inclusion. And I think it gives us a real tangible opportunity to show how you build out the solar workforce, how you bring the tools of solar manufacturing and finance into communities that have historically been underrepresented and underserved. So it's, you know, it's almost hard to answer that question because they're so intertwined from the beginning. But I also think it gives us an important stake in the ground to show what we mean by advancing the principles of Justice 40 through the National Community Solar Partnership and organizations represented today at the Sunny Awards.
Yeah, so I mean, we worked together for a number of years now. And I know that you have a background in affordable housing. And so can you talk a little bit about how you see community solar aligning with a lot of the initiatives that are happening in not only the affordable housing space, but, you know, sort of just like buildings generally?
Yeah. Sure. So one of the announcements that's been talked about at the summit and came out yesterday with DOE's leadership is focused on some of the new programs for homes and energy efficiency and electrification. So when I think about in the Climate Policy Office, our work on building decarbonization, community solar is a key component of that comprehensive approach. They're not always talked about in the same, you know, policy environment, but the idea is, you know, the president has set a goal of decarbonizing or retrofitting 4 million buildings. You have the community solar goal of 5 million households. So if you put the two together and think about the path to implement these $8 billion plus in home energy rebates and electrification incentives alongside the community solar work, we could fully decarbonize our multifamily affordable housing stock, reach more commercial facilities, and lower income, lower wealth households on the residential side. So it's really a, you know, I think we're all in on building decarbonization, and there aren't enough rooftops to absorb the need. And so we've got to really lean into community solar and make sure we explicitly link the programs that are more tied towards efficiency and electrification with community solar partnerships. Because if we don't, we won't be able to A, fully decarbonize our buildings, and B, do it in an equitable and affordable way that brings down the cost to lower wealth communities.
Yeah, and so maybe we can dive a little bit into specifics. And so it's, like, how do you envision, that working out? Like, we obviously have the National Community Solar Partnership. There's other initiatives across the government that are working on building decarbonization and that have been around for years. And so, is there sort of ideas or a vision for potentially partnering or supporting those types of other initiatives? How can NCSP really sort of be supportive? How can the folks in this room leverage the success of some of those other initiatives and be supportive in helping them meet their goals as well?
Well, a lot of this is going to play out at the state and local level. So I think part of the, the model of all the many partners who make up the National Community Solar Partnership, there's an opportunity to be, ready to go and partner with some of the intermediaries and community development organizations that have focused more traditionally on programs like weatherization or home energy retrofits. And start to join forces. A lot of that's already happening, but I think the challenge for us right now is time and scale. So we've got a short window to deploy billions of dollars in efficiency, electrification, solar deployment with a Justice 40 lens and focus on equity. And to bring these solutions to scale requires a commitment and the ability to partner and inform state energy offices who are going to deploy a lot of those other resources on the efficiency and electrification side. So that would be my key takeaway is focusing on the state energy offices, and then on the housing side, the housing finance agencies, the HFAs and the CDFIs, who are looking at both the market, particularly in affordable housing, for building decarbonization and retrofits, but don't always talk to their counterparts in the state energy offices or in the weatherization network. So it's really about, I think, doing what you've braided across the country on the community solar side. And the next challenge is, how do you layer the other partnership models so that we're not duplicating efforts, but we're able to replicate solutions that can be quickly scaled and avoid the repeat customer problem of going back, into the same communities and buildings on an incremental basis and do it in a comprehensive way.
Yeah. So you mentioned timing as being one of the big challenges. What would be some of the other challenges that you see out there that we should really be diving into and addressing right now?
Well, one of the, I think, challenges, it's an opportunity we've got through the tax code on, ambitious agenda and new and expanded programs on the incentive side. So I've seen already through coalitions represented here weighing in on guidance that we know is coming out soon from Treasury. We're about to hit the 180-day mark. So that providing that stakeholder input is critical so that we get the policy right and can maximize the benefits of these new tax incentives in ways that will lead towards the kind of outcomes that we want to see.
Yeah. And so for those of you who were around yesterday as part of the CCSA event, I think one of the talking points that came up time and time again were, nobody knows what community solar is. And so from your perspective, how do we build that awareness? How do we start getting the word out, not only to potential customers, but to potential partners and developers as well?
Well, I think I'm a little bit biased because I come at this from the community development field, and in full disclosure was on Nicole's board at Grid Alternatives a few years back. So I think, you know, we do have a communications and messaging challenge. Just breaking through with the kind of models that were showcased today with the nominees and awardees. I think we need to broadcast the benefits of community solar and the different models that you all represent. And we need to do that on a whole range of stages, right? That gets out to the solar development audience more broadly, but also policymakers. Another barrier that I think we are chipping away at is the historically some of the roadblocks to maximizing the benefits of community solar in lower income communities. And there I'm referring to federally subsidized housing. So I think one of the areas that requires continued focus and interventions is on how the regulations and policy guidance gets rolled out to lower the barriers to entry, so that for a HUD assisted affordable housing property, we don't, the low income resident gets the full benefit of community solar. And I think that has historically been a real obstacle that HUD has chipped away at. But I don't know how many, people in the field know about that. So that's another, I think, permutation of this, is looking at the different policy solutions that have, advanced, and making sure that, a historical, whether it's misconception or not, the perception that there are barriers to access for LIHEAP customers that you all have broken through, and for HUD assisted housing to be able to get the full benefits of community solar. We need to do more to show that now is the opportunity, and ensure that the millions of homes that are federally subsidized are first in line to receive some of the benefits of community solar in the future.
Yeah. And so, I mean, I know one of the conversations that we have just when we see each other is, like, oh, I was having a conversation with a developer and they mentioned this major challenge that they just ran into, and we spin our wheels and, figure out how to address that very specific challenge. And so, like, how would you suggest that folks in the audience today, sort of engage with us in solving some of those challenges that they see on the ground? Is it, like, reach out directly to NCSP? Is it like, what venues do you sort of see as being the best way to not only identify some of those challenges that maybe we don't know about yet, but then ensuring that they're able to communicate those challenges to us? And like, who do you consider us?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how do we get information from, everybody that's in the community solar industry today, sort of experiencing and trying to deploy meaningful benefits? How do we ensure that we're, hearing from them, and that they know we're hearing them, and addressing some of their concerns where we can?
Yeah.
Right.
Those are great questions, and there's not a single clearinghouse or repository, but I think the National Community Solar Partnership is that hub, and we need the hub and spoke approach, so that there's, regional, as DOE has the regional engagement arms, that we're interfacing with communities and working with our state and local partners to daylight some of those challenges, and also the opportunities to showcase great solutions that are coming from the communities that we don't always, get the opportunity to see and hear about. So I would encourage, it's a constant feedback loop, but it's events like these, it's the regional coordinators, offices of public engagement that we have across the administration, and then being able to tease out some of the key priorities, because we're we're running at a pretty fast clip right now and trying to deploy billions of dollars of new investment in clean energy and solar solutions. So being able to prioritize what are the real obstacles for commercially ready projects that haven't, yet hit the market in underserved communities with community solar, we want to bring to the surface. And I think it's incumbent on our office and the Climate Policy Office to stay aligned with DOE and HUD and other key agencies in order to make sure that we're responsive and that we can start to accelerate the policy design and implementation models that are going to work. Because if we don't design them in ways that can be well calibrated with the solutions that you're all bringing in the field, it's a real missed opportunity, and we won't get to the kind of scale that we all need to achieve in the next 5 years with the IRA.
So speaking of some of the exciting things that are going on right now, I know there's a slew of announcements that we wanted to make sure that we're highlighting. And so I don't know if you want to speak to some announcements that were made just yesterday that potentially could be in alignment, and then with community solar, and just so this crowd is aware of them and that we can continue to get the word out around them.
Sure. So one of the announcements yesterday, I think Deputy Secretary Turk highlighted this, was the EECBG, so the Energy Efficiency Conservation Block Grant dollars, which we explicitly referenced community solar planning and capacity. So that's one where the funding was rolled out yesterday. Another are a set of incentives that are new and packaged around home energy rebate programs. So that's $8.8 billion that's inclusive of electrification and building upgrades that also, I think, plays a nice, as we were talking about earlier, is a place where there's going to be contractors, intermediaries, affordable housing partners who are ready to go. And again, finding the linkage with community solar projects in the same market is really the opportunity to hit the ground running. And then there's the Buildings Up program that was announced from DOE as well. That's a new competition, and I think can build off of the successful model here in building decarbonization, and that will involve cities and states as well as community partners in looking at pathways to fully decarbonizing the building sector.
Well, I'm realizing we only have 6 minutes left, and definitely want to open up for some audience questions. So do folks have questions? What we're chatting about? We'll see. There's a microphone right next to your right.
Hi, my name's John Wilson. I'm a developer. I'm looking in the incentive package that it says it's possible that one could achieve a 70% if you hit every category within the program, which would be, American steel, American product, training programs, et cetera, as well as the LMI community. So within that, I've heard discussions that it might be capped at 50%, may not be linear to every achievable goal within the guidelines. Can you comment? Can anybody?
Yeah. Well, I mean, and I've said this earlier, and if you were at the CCSA panel I was on earlier this morning, I mean, we are still working on guidance. And so per the legislation, they have 180 days to release guidance on exactly what those rules look like. We all know that timeline is coming up very, very quickly. And so you'll have a better answer to your question when that guidance does come out.
We'll trust you for now.
Yes, exactly.
Hi, I'm Charlie Harrick from the National Consumer Law Center. I have a comment and maybe a question after that. So I've actually looked at that HUD guidance where in theory it's saying subsidized tenants wouldn't give back the solar benefit by seeing their utility allowance change. I find the guidance unclear. I've spoken to a lawyer at the National Housing Law Project who also finds it unclear. My question is, will you go back with HUD and make sure they put out clear guidance that guarantees people who get solar benefits won't lose some of it through the utility allowance? Thanks.
Sure, and I'll just respond that the recent guidance was meant to shift it so that you could decouple the benefits from the solar project from the utility allowance. So it's helpful to hear that the waters might still be murky, which again, could erect some unfortunate barriers to access. So we will certainly take that back. And then HUD's Office of Multifamily, Lauren Ross is the lead working on that. So
Just like the first example is a net metering example, which is not really community solar. So it is still murky, really.
okay,
Public housing tenants won't benefit right now. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. I heard you mention capacity building, and my ears perked up, and I imagine a lot of other people's ears did too. And block grants, could you elaborate a little bit on what those funds will look like, when they'll come out, and is there a connection with block grants? Is that how they'll be distributed?
So the energy efficiency conservation block grants that were first created under the Recovery Act are back to the tune of $450 million. Those are formula allocations. And so the funds, the announcement of the funds being available was part of yesterday's rollout. And you can find more on the DOE website on the breakout by jurisdiction. On capacity building, there's those funds flow through state and local government units. And then there's a range of programs that are targeted towards solar capacity building and workforce development under the Inflation Reduction Act. And some of that on the housing side was tied towards the home energy rebate announcements from yesterday. Those are at an earlier stage than EECBG. The announcement yesterday was on a request for information. So it's an opportunity to comment and help lead in the direction of dispersing those funds, which will flow through the state energy offices.
And we can make sure we're sharing links to all of this good stuff, whether it be online or following up after the event. We have time for one more question.
Hi there, Tessa O'Brien from Energy Sage, the consumer education and community solar marketplace platform. We know that consumer awareness and understanding of community solar is very low. And I'm wondering, Tricia, if you might speak to how the White House could play a role in helping educate consumers and help improve the understanding about the option in general, what it is, how it works, and why participate. Thank you.
Great, thanks for that question. I know we're really short on time, so I'll just say quickly that part of what some of the tools we're building are more consumer facing in terms of, not just for communities and solar deployment, but for the variety of resources and incentives that the IRA affords us. And so we have a cleanenergy.gov site where we're trying to make more of those tools and resources accessible at the consumer level and more consumer facing. Would love to hear ideas for how we can be more active, both through, our offices of public engagement and creating the sort of communications, and John Podesta's team is really focused on that as well in implementing the climate provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act. So we'd all be eager to hear from you and others in the room how we can be better messengers to deliver the promissory note, as President Biden says, that is the Inflation Reduction Act, and roll it out in a way that showcases the benefits and builds on the excitement so that we can start to spend the funds in ways that we all want to see supporting community solar and equitable access to clean energy.
I think it's a perfect way to end this conversation. I just want to give a big thank you to Tricia for joining us out here in California. And
thank you very much for the conversation. So thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, and now don't go anywhere. We're not taking a break. You will have a break after this exciting next panel. So I think Robin, you're coming up on stage. And we're going to bring some chairs up on stage as well so that we can transition into a conversation specifically around access to capital and the Community Power Accelerator more generally. So thanks, everyone.
All right, thanks very much, Nicole. And it's my absolute pleasure to introduce this next panel session. My name is Robin Burton. I'm a research analyst with the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. And I'm sure you've met some of the NRELians here at this event as part of the NCSP team. Really delighted to be here and supporting this event. So this next session is about access to capital. So the theme of our conference or our summit, of course, is Community Solar's Time to Shine. We've been hearing all about the different ways in which that's true, talking about the opportunity at this moment with different federal and state policies coming online. And so this conversation is about how to really leverage this moment through accessing capital for community solar. So our moderator for this session is Chris King. Chris King leads the renewable energy company at Reactivate as the Executive Vice President for Finance in its efforts to make impact in underserved areas by acquiring, developing, financing, and operating renewable energy projects that support local communities. Prior to joining Reactivate, Chris served as the Managing Director and co-head of renewables at Lafayette Square. So it's my pleasure to turn it over to Chris and our panel.
Thanks, Robin.
Well, you're Mike.
I'm Mike, so I don't need, yep, we're good. Good afternoon, everyone. I am very thankful and appreciative to be here. Quite impressed by the audience of folks that we have this late into the afternoon on a conference week. Apologies in advance. I am a monotoned project finance nerd. So you guys are stuck with me as a moderator. The good news for all of you is we have an incredible panel, all of whom have very exciting angles here as we talk about access to capital. So you're not stuck just listening to me. As a brief agenda today, we intend to ask each panelist a specific question as it relates to their domain expertise about what access to capital within community solar really means, and some of the issues that we see in the industry. Following those questions, we'll bring it back. We'll open it up for a little bit more of a broad industry Q&A, and then time permitting, we will open it up for further questions from the audience. As Robin mentioned, I'm the Executive Vice President of Finance at Reactivate. Reactivate is a joint venture between Lafayette Square and Invenergy. Invenergy is a large private sustainable project developer, bringing a ton of domain expertise to the joint venture. Lafayette Square is an impact investment platform, bringing a ton of domain expertise as we talk about weaving and impact through all of our investments. The Reactivate platform is intently focused on community solar projects, all of which will have layers of impact across the project ecosystem. That includes workforce development and training, subscribing low moderate income subscribers, as well as looking for opportunities to further develop the workforce operationally. That's enough about me and my monotoned mumbling. Without further ado, I'd like to just walk through the panelists to provide an introduction of themselves and of their firms.
You down the line.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. I'm Carrie O'Neill. I head up Inclusive Prosperity Capital. We're a not-for-profit investment fund and platform. And we spun out of the Connecticut Green Bank several years ago, and we operate kind of at the intersection of green banking and community development and climate impact. In addition to a focus on community solar, we focus on affordable multifamily housing and nonprofits, on single family facilities, and on distributed solar and storage as well. So really glad to be here with all of you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Greg Leventis. I'm a program manager at Berkeley National Laboratory. National Laboratory does research, one of 17 national laboratories, and we are also, we have policy folks like myself, and then they separate us from the hard science people. We have cyclotrons and stuff like that. But we are supporting the National Community Solar Partnership, as I said earlier, through coordinating technical assistance. And that technical assistance includes a variety of different things, including the direct technical assistance with which anyone, all NCSP partners can apply for on a rolling basis. But it also includes support for collaboratives, support for working groups, and other efforts like that. So that is my role, and I will pass it on to Joe.
Hi, everyone. Joe Evans, the Kresge Foundation. I work on the Kresge is a private foundation, about $4.5 billion in total assets, which makes us kind of a small, large foundation. We work nationally in a range of program areas. I'm on what we call our social investing team. I'm partnered with our environment grant making team, and my focus is trying to help not only community solar, but in alignment with a lot of you, the scaling of solar and storage, air source heat pumps, weatherization, all for the benefit of low-income people and communities of color. We also have kind of an urban framing to our work, so most of our work is in cities.
Wonderful. Hello, everybody. My name is Franz Hochstrasser. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Raise Green. I want to just give a major shout out to Tricia and Nicole for that tremendous panel before us. I thought that was fantastic. And Carrie, your shoes are amazing. How wonderful is it that we're here in San Diego looking out on the beautiful bay? Raise Green is a climate investment platform that lets everybody invest directly into clean energy and climate solutions, such as community solar. We make that available through general solicitation, which means that each and every person in this room could go online right now to raisegreen.com and invest as little as $100 directly into frontline climate defenders, innovators building clean energy across the country. So really delighted to be here to talk about opening up access to capital.
Thanks, panelists. Franz, I think you touched on it. Really nice to be able to be here in person after several years of not being able to be in person. Obviously, we're together trying to solve problems in a business that there are no shortage of problems to solve. I think without further ado, we'll jump into the questions about how some of our panelists are thinking about some of these problems, particularly as it relates to access to capital. I want to start with you first, Joe, and get your perspective on what you think it takes for project readiness for financing.
Thanks for the question. I think the project readiness, I think, is kind of the key to the puzzle here. I've been working to try to invest in community solar projects, solar for low-income people and places, organizations that serve them. There's always a lot of focus on the financing for them, and of course, it's a necessary component to it. But when I talk to we've been investing in this area for some years. Some of that, a fair amount of those investments end up kind of not flowing into projects. I talk to other investors, lenders, large banks, other foundations, individual investors, insurance funds, et cetera. And problem's not unique to us. We've made a commitment of this much, it's not flowing. We're trying to find transactions that we can do, and they're hard to find. And really, I think the focus that we need, the place where we could, like, if we really want to see solar and storage, community solar, everywhere across the country, it's getting those. It's the demand side is where the need is. And the Inflation Reduction Act, there's so much in there that is useful I might be going into my next question, but there's so much that I sometimes get overwhelmed myself thinking about all the different elements of it. I'd put one plug in for if anyone feels similarly. The Carsey School of Public Policy has a great spreadsheet that they've created, and you can find it at their Center for Impact Finance. They have an Excel spreadsheet that lists every element of the IRA that's relevant to LMI or communities of color, and with a lot of information about each of the different programs. But the changes to the investment tax credit, Of course, the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. These huge changes should make a lot of the projects that maybe didn't pencil or people had trouble seeing how they could be ready. All those projects should have kind of another look at them. You know, when I've tried myself to understand, well, why isn't the financing being used? What's the barrier? I talked to groups who would receive the financing. I've heard two themes and one has been, well, you know, our co-developer, our developer, they're great, we love them, but we don't understand all the technical aspects of this ourselves. And as much as we trust our co-developer, as much as we trust this development entity, we don't want to rely on them 100% for the understanding all the technical aspects. So, you know, I charged my deputy to sort of go out and learn. And that takes time. And they report having, like, not finding good resources for identifying that. And so I think I applaud the NCSP and other entities who are trying to, like, address that problem. But I think what we need across the country in low-income communities and communities of color is, like, essentially free consulting services, free project development services that from an entity that's not going to have a hand in the project or the project financing, an arm's length third-party entity that could help provide that technical assistance, provide that knowledge, but then be seen as, like, not having, you know, having, you know, more than one motive. And then the second element that I would pair with that is those sort of free consulting services should be paired with just a modest amounts of equity, because the second challenge that the organization can put into their project, there's lots of different types of community solar projects, but what I hear from people who want community solar where they're not just leasing their rooftop, but where the host is, like, going to be a part of the project. It's like, well, you know, the developer tells me I need to be able to put some equity into this. And we only, you know, we're an environmental justice group. We have a little bit of money, but we got like 6 things we want to do. And we're not sure this is the thing where we should put our limited amount of equity. So that sort of free TA, free consulting services, then if you get to project readiness, you pair it with a bit of equity, the financing is going to be there. The depth of the subsidy with the changes in the tax credits, the amount of capital that's going to come into the system through the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, a focus on interest rate sensitivity, I think, is misguided. I think that it's the project readiness. Get your, you know, we as a sector need to focus on building the demand and then making sure that projects and communities we care about, you know, have that little bit of equity that they need to put into their projects. I'll stop there.
Thanks, Joe. I think one of the things that I think this business, as it matures, will continue to develop standard processes and will build that standardization to drive our soft costs down in these deals. In addition to those frameworks that will allow projects to essentially act through recipes and make it sound a lot simpler than it is. And everyone in this room that develops projects knows it's not that easy. Things like a standardized model where we can all arrive at the same cash flows and things like that. As an investor myself, I'm guilty of thinking that I've built the most proprietary model one could ever come up with, and my returns are different. I think at the end of the day, there's still flexibility for creativity, but we're all looking at cash flows and inputs and outputs. So I think there are lots of opportunities for standardization as this continues to mature. Joe, we'll come back to you for a few more questions. I want to go over to Franz and get your perspective on where the community solar trajectory is and why you think the future is bright.
Thank you for that question. I do think the future is bright, largely because of the people in this room. And that's not a joke. Honestly, having developed a couple of community scale solar projects myself, and watching the incredible feats that the Sunny Award winners and nominees and all submissions, frankly, that what you've accomplished, it's incredible. And I know what scar tissue goes along with that. We've conducted one of the smallest tax equity partnership flips in US history on an 11 kilowatt solar array. And so I know your pain. And what I think Joe touched on, which I think is so insightful and why the future is so bright, beyond just the incredible amount of capital that is going to flow from the federal government into this sector is that you all are building out these models, right? And you are building them in a way that is replicable and can be standardized if we're deliberate about that. So Raise Green built software that we call the Originator Engine to provide templatized versions of project finance document sets to anyone and everyone who wants to use them. And frankly, I think that every one of the projects that has gone through the Sunny Awards, it would be in all of our best interests to share that documentation openly, publicly, to the extent that you're comfortable. And that really is the theme, and I think the goal of the National Community Solar Partnership is to open up in a very inclusive way the development process, the financing process, bring everybody together around the table to collectively move this sector forward. I mean, we're talking about mobilizing, Carrie, what was it, $60 billion?
Back of the envelope, that's what we thought, to hit the 20 gigawatt goal.
To hit this 20 gigawatt goal. So that's not going to happen with exceptionally concessional, bespoke, and boutique projects. It's going to happen through scale and standardization. So let's make it easy for everybody. And so, yes, I think the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the CHIPS and Science Act is going to pour $370 to potentially $800 billion into the sector from the federal government alone. And Credit Suisse estimates that that's going to mobilize $1.7 trillion in private capital flowing into the space over the next 10 years. So that has me exceptionally excited. I think 2023 is the year of climate investing. And at Raise Green, we want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to bet on that future and put some capital into the game. And frankly, move past just savings and into this stage of ownership and actual earnings coming off of these projects and being recirculated locally in communities across the country. So again, the Sunny Award winners are the heroes here. Praise y'all, like keep up the amazing work. We're offering tools to help accelerate that effort, and National Community Solar Partnership and the Community Power Accelerator is all about doing that. So we've been proud to be a part of that.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Great segue. You're doing the job for me here. I want to throw it over to Greg, who can talk a little bit more about what resources are available, particularly out of some of the labs that you're working on.
Sure. And yeah, I feel like the National Community Solar Partnership has done a great job with this. I would say that for getting projects ready to be financed, sort of like what Joe was talking about, we have 4 main resources. We have the Credit Ready checklist and the Philanthropy Ready Guide, which just came out today, I believe, maybe yesterday. We have the Learning Lab that was mentioned before, technical assistance, and then the prize, which was announced today. So the Credit Ready checklist and the Philanthropy Ready Guide came out of one of the first things that we did when we started working on the Community Power Accelerator was to gather together investors and philanthropists. We had 2 working groups working on this. A deliverable from the philanthropy working group was the Philanthropy Ready Guide. And so this is a guide that you can find online now, and it helps developers understand how foundations work, what it takes to create a fundable project that would be fundable to a philanthropy, and then offers some tips on how to craft an effective application or proposal for a foundation. And then a deliverable from the investor work group was, we asked them, what would it take for you what would be some of the baseline information that you'd need in order to feel comfortable saying, I want to invest in this project? And so came up with a list of 50 questions in different areas of project development. And these questions are questions that the investors will look at these projects and feel like they have the comfort level to invest in them. And so these things are all part of the Community Power Accelerator, and they work together in different ways. So the next piece is the Learning Lab. The Learning Lab is an 8-module course on community solar development. It has been led by the University of New Hampshire, the Carsey School of Policy that Joe was discussing earlier. And it's aimed at guiding community-based, mission-driven, low-income focused organizations in how to develop community solar projects that serve low-income communities and further environmental and social justice. So the course has topics like regulatory and market context, site selection, community engagement, the development process and contracts, financial modeling, asset management and operations, business development, talks about putting together a team. And one of the things that I think is very important is self-assessment, so that organizations understand what their strengths are, so that they can understand and choose the appropriate roles for themselves in whatever community solar project that they're going to get involved in. So this will enable community solar developers to be able to answer all the questions on this checklist. And it's a lot of work. We just finished a beta. Just finished it up last month. It was great fun. I thought it was very valuable. We got a lot of great feedback. People liked it a lot, and we are now going to be using that feedback to inform and incorporate into the next cohort, which will be starting later on this spring. So that the Learning Lab is the second part here. Then we have the technical assistance. So if you've gone through, as you go through the Learning Lab, at the end of that, we're offering technical assistance to these folks so that they can use their newfound skills through the training, and they'll help them work through this credit ready checklist. We are also, by the way, developing a workbook based on the credit ready checklist on developing projects, so that folks have an online version that they can consult and use in addition to the Learning Lab. But the technical assistance is there. This is a teach someone to fish as opposed to a give someone a fish type of model, because we want this to be sustainable, and we want these organizations to be able to continue producing projects. And then finally, there's the prize. And so this will help support these organizations to have the capacity to be able to do pre-development work or whatever they need to do in order to stand up these mission-driven, low-income focused projects, and also to hopefully help them have folks go through the Learning Lab, because the Learning Lab, like I say, is a lot of work. And so this will hopefully give folks the capacity to send folks to the Learning Lab.
Thanks for that, Greg. I'm certainly excited to kind of dig into those resources, get smarter across all those different areas. I think some of us have been doing this for a long time now and feel like we know certain aspects, and there's always new things to learn. I'm particularly weak around philanthropy and how that can get involved in the capital stack. So excited to dig into that resource. Since we have such a resource here, maybe Joe, want to come back to you and kind of ask your 2 cents about what the role of philanthropy is in the capital stack.
What's the role of philanthropy in all of this?
Yeah, in the ecosystem at large. Yeah.
Well, what was in the accelerator was about gap funding, and but I guess what I would, the points making earlier about the need to develop the demand side, there's not enough grant dollars in private philanthropy to fix that problem. There isn't. If you are partnered in your projects with a philanthropy, I think those are great. What Nicole was talking about, the pre-development, we used to, as a consultant, I used to call it the planning to plan stage, and the organizational development, the things that aren't part of the financing. So do you need a philanthropy to give you a little bit of extra money for your project to make the financing work? I would say no. What you need is some capital to get the project ready to that point. either finding a standardized model on the financing side, or whatever organizational capacity needs, that learning, that planning, if your project is ready for financing, there's going to be financing for it. There's just so much financing available. I think philanthropy can maybe help to sort of unpack what I hear all the time around the interest rate sensitivity to debt. If you're, especially for community solar projects that have a nonprofit in the mix, I mean, the refundability of the tax credits, the ability to sell the tax credits now, these should be game changers in terms of the ability to finance your projects. And I think philanthropy's role the role I want to play is trying to beat that drum. But the philanthropy, we have a lot of money, but we have, compared to the scale of the problem, compared to the quarterly profits of some of our large banks, philanthropy is very small. But what isn't small is the money coming out of the greenhouse gas reduction fund, and how much we need a good chunk of that money coming to the demand side, because I don't doubt if I think the numbers you were quoting around analysis, it says, these billions of dollars are going to bring $1 trillion of additional capital in. There's already billions of dollars that wants to invest in this space. And so I don't know, the role of philanthropy, I think for me is lifting up what the barrier is, which is on the demand side. And then we have our own, each philanthropy has their own things they're focusing on. At Kresge, we're trying to, I told you that we spent a few years trying to invest capital at sort of a top of a funnel, and the money's not really moving, it wasn't moving. And so now we're trying to invest down at the bottom of the funnel with co-developers directly. So co-developers who have, with our focus on low-income communities, our focus of communities of color, one of the barriers in these communities is just the sort of understanding and trust of the new technology writ large. And so if you can get the community health center in that community to have a solar and storage system, if you can help the churches in those communities have their solar systems, who are the kind of anchor institutions within those communities, institutions in those communities that are trusted, and to help break through that trust barrier to residents, that's a role particular to Kresge that we're that we're focused on. So every philanthropy is going to have their different, sort of shtick that they're focused on, or some are geographically focused, some care about certain types of organizations. So individually, there's lots of different roles that we'll play. At the sort of meta level, I really think this focus on what do we need to create demand, more projects that are close to ready, not people just thinking about it, but helping them skip a year or two in those planning stages to be able to, really get those projects ready to be financed.
Thanks, Joe. Last but not least, panelists. Want to touch on your expertise here as a mission lender. You've obviously been working with NCSP for a while and the Community Power Accelerator. Are you doing deals right now?
Such a great question. You want to define what a deal is?
Yeah, it's big, ambiguous, but yeah, please.
Yeah, so there's what's led up to this point, and now we're in a moment and what's going to look forward. Up to this point, it's been a slog, as we've all been discussing. These projects are really, really hard to develop, especially if you want those co-benefits to communities or community ownership. We've been involved in projects from the very beginning conversations, pricing, repricing, looking at cash flows over a 2-year period until they get to a milestone where they have their off-takers in place, and we wouldn't put money out the door for another year. That's been our life for the last several years. So putting out term sheets, but not seeing deployment yet, or very small deployment. But the funnel's growing, and now we have this wealth of resources. And so I'm so excited for all of us here in the room online to be thinking about how to take advantage of those resources and compress the timeline. Everybody's got a different role to play. And picking up on the themes of standardization and replicability, something that the Credit Ready Solar Initiative spent a lot of time thinking about. There's such a great opportunity to think about some standardized approaches to pre-development, to construction, to permanent debt, power purchase agreements with an option to own, you know, we might all have kind of our secret sauce, but there's a lot of opportunity for standardization around that. And so the one thing though, I have not seen developers and communities yet internalize are the changes that have come through IRA and the tax credits. And I understand that guidance has to come out, right? There are a lot of details that we don't know about. But just in the last couple of weeks, and we've had numerous conversations with mission-oriented developers who are still asking for grants or 1% money. That is going to be extraordinarily difficult for us as an industry to meet that $60 billion, you know, 20 gigawatt, or I know CCSA has a 30 gigawatt target, right? Not going to get there on grants and 1% money. We need to figure out collectively, and I'm so excited about the learning labs, how do we blend in other capital costs? Because that's how we're going to get the scale. That's how I see Omar in the front. It's Sunwell nodding, yes, and we talk about this a lot. That's how we're going to get other institutional money into play. This is where you play as well, right, Chris? And so I implore all of us to take advantage of these resources. And developers, what is your sustainable business model? If you're a developer who's just doing one project for a community, great, you'll find a local foundation, you'll figure it out, you'll figure it out. But who are our developer intermediaries who are going to be working with communities on the ground with all the co-benefits that are going to grow the capacity? And so we've got to be thinking about blended capital stacks. So I am optimistic, but we have a lot of work to do.
Totally agree, Carrie. Thank you for that. I hope everyone in the room can kind of sense the optimism. I think in conferences past, it's always been ITC cliffs, and
Right.
will we ever be developing solar projects again? Monumental legislation at the IRA.
Right. Totally different moment.
Totally different type of atmosphere and energy within the room. We haven't touched on the IRA in too much detail. It's obviously a massive topic, particularly as it relates to capital. I want to open up to any of the panelists if they want to expand on IRA and what it means to them and in the industry as far as access to capital. I'm not sure. Jump ball.
I'll start just at a high level. I'm so excited about the optionality of, are you going to do direct pay or the transferability? Are you going to own, or are you going to buy it out later? Just the optionality for communities, for developers, for business models. It's wide open. I think there's so much innovation that's going to come out of that. And then of course, the increased subsidy, the certainty, obviously, but the increased subsidy for low-income communities. There's a lot of uncertainty about what those rules are really going to look like, but writ large, it's really an exciting moment.
I spoke a little bit on that. I wanted to pick up on one thing Carrie had said about, getting requests for grants and 1% money. And I'm not a solar developer. I keep trying to find what it is that I'm missing about why projects don't pencil without really cheap capital, particularly when there is potentially 30, 40% or more now available through the tax credits. And one answer that I've heard is like wanting to push as much of the savings as possible to the community solar subscribers. Nicole said earlier on the stage about wanting to, double. The average savings is 10%. We want to get to 20%. In the seat that I sit in, and I think a lot of you, it's like one of our goals is carbon reduction. Building the industry, scaling the number of panels out there, and not to I want people to save money through this too, but I also want them to have a cleaner future, and I want them to have a Earth that's sustainable, and I want to see the country kind of meet its goals around carbon reduction. And so if your model is saying, well, I have to get to 20% savings, and the only way I can do that is 1% money, and I'm going to spend 18 months chasing it, I think I would counsel that that's the wrong approach. What can you with what if 5%, 8%? Interest rates are rising everywhere. And a lot of the money that you need is going to now be a bridge to some of the benefits from the investor tax credits. And so I would, you have to go back to your models and rethink this question. And yes, you want to give savings to your community solar subscribers, But one, you want to get your project out faster, and two, we want to build, you know, the scale of the number of projects that are out there. And so if the math isn't working because of how much of benefit you're trying to drive to your subscribers, you have to rethink that. And you know, the sort of endless, I mean, foundations are slow. You can ask anyone in here who's gotten a loan from a foundation. It takes a long time. And that's, you know, that's not, and sometimes that's not a help. You know, sometimes if there's nowhere else you can get it, or if you're doing something really innovative, that's the right, then you should, then those are the people to chase. But for the most part, you want to look for the commercially available money, like that Carey offers, other groups like them, that is available as soon as you're ready. And you know, if 5%, 6%, 7%, it's if you think it doesn't work, then, you know, I think there's got to be something that you're missing, and at least and looking at the elements, the various elements of the IRA might find part of your answer. One I think underlooked or less common element of the IRA that Tricia had highlighted was the rebate programs within them. And they don't pay like full amounts, but they give portions of equipment costs as rebates, first come, first serve, gone when it's used. And so if that's an element of the IRA you're not familiar with, I encourage you to look at that. At that component. Again, that CARSI, Center for Impact Finance, has a nice sort of description of all the elements of the bill.
So Joe, I think you touch on such an interesting balance, right, of speed and scale and versus resilience and trust. And how do we achieve both at once?
Right.
And I think the Biden administration has actually done a tremendous job of prioritizing speed and scale, but saying actually 40% of the benefits of this investment have to go to the communities that need it most. And what gets that done, I think it is, you know, and we're all desperately kind of on the edge of our seats just awaiting this guidance, and it's coming, and we're going to find out exactly how to do it, and how to trigger those additional incentives. You know, the question to the previous panel about can you get to 70%? I mean, that's unheard of, right? But I think across the board, if you look at the incentives that are offered just in the tax provisions, and we at Raise Green finance, you know, not just solar, but also energy efficiency, also other types of breakthrough energy technologies. They increase the profitability of climate technologies by about 40%. And so that alone, you know, I think developers in this room know what they're after. And the question is, are you prioritizing getting your project out quicker or having more people benefit from it? And that's a question that is going to be different for every one of the 1,500 solar developers across the country. And what I think this panel and frankly this conference enables us to think differently about is, how do we grow the pie? How do we have more solar developers? How do we bring more people into the process of creating these projects, of going through the development and entitlement process and learning about it and owning the clean energy infrastructure of tomorrow? So that's what has me so excited about the way that this bill is being implemented, and frankly, the way it must be implemented for a just transition, not just a transition.
And I'll say to that point, that is what the Learning Lab is about. I would also say to your point, we're looking for folks to participate in that for the objective of creating a pipeline of projects and developers out there. And we're also looking for folks who are not just going to develop one project. We're looking for people who are going to develop lots of projects. And so they do have to have that business plan that you're talking about, thinking about long-term.
Yeah. It's hard work, right? I mean,
Yes.
so much has just changed. So figuring that all out is hard. Also in the Inflation Reduction Act, a couple of folks have mentioned the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, another transformative tool that could come into financing intermediaries. so that they can grow their capital availability and really focused on low-income communities. So I'm hoping community solar gets a good share of that. There are obviously lots of different types of projects that are going to be supported by that. But there's also a tremendous opportunity for that to complement what DOE has done with the National Community Solar Partnership and help build capacity on the ground. So that's one of the things that is allowed by legislation, not only for financing. So one might imagine an even greater investment in that pre-development or planning to plan and helping to stand up new businesses and new models and the community engagement and ownership.
I completely agree with what everything the panel said, and I could talk about the Inflation Reduction Act for hours. Many people in the room have already heard me ramble through it at length, so I will spare folks my rendition. I did want to open it up to the audience for questions. It's pretty hard to see you all, to be completely honest. The lights are pretty bright, but if anyone has questions, we'd like to open it up.
Quick one, Joe, if you could give that site out again, the Center for Finance for that IRA information that you were talking about.
Sorry, Center for Impact Finance at the Carsey School of Public Policy.
University of New Hampshire.
At the University of New Hampshire. If you Google, I just did it before I came up, like Carsey plus our IRA, you'll get their climate page. At the bottom of that is a list of resources, links to resources, including that Excel list. There was a question up front and maybe one on the side here. Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon. Taj James with Full Spectrum Capital. And just really appreciating the work that all of you are doing in the Accelerator. And it's interesting that the trade-offs that have been named here in terms of speed and scale and trust, or scaled climate impacts versus sort of social and economic impacts, and how do we sort of balance those things moving forward. And I feel like between the question that you posed, Joe, and the work that you're doing, Carrie, around sort of the blended integrated capital solutions, it's kind of, to me, the answer somewhere in there. And Joe, when you said philanthropy doesn't have sufficient capital to fill in the gaps, and that the question is significant money needs to be, a big chunk of money needs to go on the demand side from GHG reduction funds or some other source. That practically the only way to achieve the Justice 40 outcomes is we can't look to philanthropy for it. There has to be significant public capital devoted to the full capital spectrum. So the problem is most people think about philanthropy, which is an investment with a negative 100% return. And then they think about CDFI capital or green bank capital, 0%, 2%. There's a lot of capital between 0 and negative 100, negative 75, negative 50, negative 25, 0. And the reason why there's no demand is because there's not structured capital. There's not blended capital between negative 100 and 0. And if there's enough of it, that's the only way to balance the tension, to get the scale growth on the climate impacts and get the social and environmental impacts to do speed and trust at the same time. And I think that when we understand, we sort of need to relook at the capital ladder and understand there are missing rungs and significant missing rungs in the capital ladder unless we have scaled capital to address it, which I think is what you propose. There's no way we're going to achieve the Justice 40 outcomes, let alone all the other outcomes we're committed to achieve. So just thoughts on that and ways you think we might actually win that chunk that you pointed to.
Well, we have 10 seconds left on the panel here.
Joe's gonna punt.
Look, I'd be happy to jump in here and say, the reason that we created Raise Green is to put those tools into the hands of developers and clean energy entrepreneurs to set your own terms. So if you want to structure an offering that is a 1 or 2% offering, and you want to go around and beat the drum on getting folks to invest in that, and you can mobilize some of that $5 trillion of checkable deposits sitting in Americans' bank accounts because they believe in what you're doing and they want that project in their neighborhood, go do it. We're here for it. And let's make it happen.
I mean, I would say that if I understood what your point or question, I mean, the investor tax credit is that negative 30% return or money at that negative rate. And it's like unlimited for the next, I don't know how many more years are in front of us. And you know, philanthropy does not have we're not going to grant our way out of the problem. It's just not, you know, grants into projects. Anyway, I think that's what I would point to as sort of the source of that capital. And then I would also continue to try to kind of lobby the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund to, you know, pay attention. They have such a large amount of capital available, and they want to make change in such a short window. If you really care about communities of color and low-income communities and helping them keep pace with the more affluent places, it needs that subsidy that you're pointing to. And I think that, you know, that the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund is an excellent opportunity for us to solve that.
Thanks, Joe. And I know we're at time over time. Wanted to thank the panelists for all their thought leadership here. They're very dedicated. Please, you know, reach out to us. Additional questions. We love what we do. Well, I don't want to speak for my colleagues here, but don't hesitate. This is something that we're all in together. Tremendous amount of optimism with all the framework and resources now available through the Accelerator program. There's a lot to be excited for in the future. So thank you all for the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
All right, I want to echo that thank you to Chris, to all of our panelists. Really appreciate everybody participating in this conversation. We're going to go to a break now. So you have 15 minutes for a break and then 2 more sessions. Come on back at 1/4 past. Sorry? Yeah, 30 minutes for a break. So come on back at 1/4 past, 4:15.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back from the break. We have 2 more amazing sessions for today. So please come in, take a seat. My name is Ariel
I'm gonna be looking
Drehobel. I work
down.
at the Department of Energy on the National Community
That is
Solar
very
Partnership,
bright.
and I have the honor of introducing this next session with all of these amazing speakers who are on the stage. So in this next session, which is called Putting the Customer First, our moderator, Chris Nichols, is going to lead our expert panel in a discussion about strategies and opportunities for equitable customer engagement and expanding access to community solar. Panelists are going to explore how IRA can impact customer engagement and acquisition, the importance of consumer protections in project development, the role of DOE tools and strategies, including the low-income community solar subscription tool that we've talked about a bit so far at this conference, as well as additional barriers and opportunities for community solar customer engagement, acquisition, management, and low-income access. So I'm going to introduce Chris Nichols, who is the moderator for this session. She is the Executive Director of Renewables Forward. Chris has worked in the energy industry for more than 30 years with national nonprofit advocacy organizations, corporations, contractors, and federal agencies. She currently leads Renewables Forward, a national nonprofit collaborative of industry leaders who are committed to driving action for diversity, equity, and inclusion within the clean energy industry. She led national research to support increased access to community solar for low-income communities with Groundswell, and created numerous workforce programs during her service at the Department of Energy. And with that, Chris, I'm going to pass it to you to lead this amazing panel.
Thank you, Ariel, and thank you. Hey, let's give it up for the panel. Okay, I want, this is an interactive session. You didn't know this, but I'm going to surprise you. So your interaction, how many of you would have killed for a cup of coffee on the break? Yeah, baby. We're talking East Coast brain on West Coast time. But we're gonna liven it up because this panel is a spark plug worth of, an energy storage megawatt right here sitting right on the stage. So I want to introduce my panel just by name and title, and they will further introduce themselves and give you a little background on their own history and what they're going to speak to today. We could easily fill the day. We could fill a week talking about how to actually deliver benefit to the neighbors, the family members, our communities who we most want to serve with the incredible asset of clean solar generation through community solar. We could fill that week, but we're only going to take the next 40 minutes. So we're going to keep it tight. I want to allow time for questions, but our focus is, given the new resources, given some legacy resources, given the incredible energy of this panel and the organizations they represent and everyone in the room, how can we collectively ensure that the people we most want to benefit, the people who most need the benefit, the families and neighbors that we care about, really get the benefit from community solar? So that said, I want to start off just sharing names. Yesenia Rivera, Executive Director for Energy Allies. And she's going to tell us a little bit about a particular project in Boston and maybe some Buffalo, maybe. Zelma Pofu, Director of Energy Equity for Solar United Neighbors. And a little hats off to Anya Schoolman, who we wish was here today. And so I was going to give her a little bit of a thank you, and talk about Sun's effort at residential benefit and where there may be some gaps that we should fill. Jennifer Schmidt, Manager for the Solar for All program through the Illinois Power Agency, and the advances and progress Illinois has been able to achieve and what they would like to do in the future as well. And last but not least, Charlie Herrick, Senior Attorney with Energy and Utilities with National Consumer Law Center. Lots of good information about the current regulations, legislation, situations in different states and on the ground, federal limits and constraints, federal state opportunities, and what we need to look for to make sure we hit the mark in delivering benefits. So let's kick it off. If each of you could take just a couple minutes, minute and a half, 2 minutes, and share your particular situation, and then we'll run to questions, and then we'll go to Q&A.
Sure, I guess I'll start. Yesenia Rivera, as Chris mentioned, I'm the Executive Director of Energy Allies, though most of you already know us as Solstice Initiative. We recently rebranded a few weeks ago. So I'm here representing our community-led community solar options. We're trying to revolutionize the energy system by centering climate impacted communities through clean energy projects, policy advocacy, and education. And I'm going to talk a little bit about our Boston and Buffalo community-led solutions.
Thank you.
Greetings all. I'm so happy to be here. Again, my name is Zoe Pofu, and I'm the Director of Energy Equity for Solar United Neighbors. I have the pleasure to be able to be on this panel today on behalf of our Executive Director, and as many of you probably have heard of her, just being a major drum leader for the energy equity and specifically the rooftop solar movement. So in my comments today, I want to be able to impart with you the work that we're doing that's so exciting. We are in what we call 3 regions. That includes 12 states and also Puerto Rico. And so we're really proud to be able to have a territory because that is an important part of deploying equitable energy solutions. I'll also be talking about some of the opportunities and some of the demonstrations of the ways in which we are really working to do narrative shift. You'll recall in the prior panel that there was some talk about how do we change and claim the story of what an energy future and that is inclusive looks like. And so I hope that you'll be able to retain some of our approaches and how, I think we're all here to be a part of that. So thank you.
Jennifer Schmidt. I work for the Illinois Power Agency, which is an independent state agency. And we run the solar incentive programs for Illinois, Illinois Solar for All, which is our income eligible program, and Illinois Shines, which is our market rate program. My background, I've been at the IPA for 4 years, and before that I was 13 years at Community Action. So my focus has been very much on I appreciate the reduction of the energy burden and focusing on the customers that we're serving, reducing those energy burdens, and then making connections at the community level and with the programs that not only spread the word about the program, but also engage folks for for stakeholder engagement, and that helps shape the program.
Hi, I'm Charlie Herrick. I'm a senior attorney at the National Consumer Law Center, and I just want to give you a brief overview why an attorney at the National Consumer Law Center is interested in participating on the community solar subscription tool. At NCLC, we often work at this intersection of supporting well-funded low-income energy efficiency and renewable programs, but always wanting to make sure that energy is affordable and however it's offered free of risk to consumers. So we're thrilled that DOE has been launching this tool. It will certainly help bring low-income people into the solar market much better. A lot of low-income people, of course, don't even have roofs, or if they have a roof, it might need to be replaced tomorrow or maybe even today. And so this is good, obviously, for all the tenants, but for the many homeowners who have a tree over it or all the other problems they have. And also, a community solar means they don't have to have access to capital to directly participate in putting solar on the roof. So we're really grateful to the 5 partners I'll name: HHS, DOE, the whole alphabet soup, NREL, NASIO, and the ADA. They deserve our collective thanks. I want to thank all those agencies for the good work. Our particular role is really to come up with a list of program design questions and concerns to make sure that this is a great experience for the consumers and that there aren't any risks for them, and let's avoid any of those risks if possible. And if I can do a quick thanks for the tech team, you guys have been doing a great job.
Woo, tech team. All right, Charlie, I want to feed off something Charlie said. When we're talking about all the new resources very exciting, Inflation Reduction Act, CHIP, grid, bill, all these federal innovations that bring huge amounts of resources for climate mitigation, for human services, for clean energy advances. Amazing. And I never thought I'd see it in my lifetime. I'm so grateful. Well, there are some legacy programs we're also going to speak to today on this panel. The LIHEAP, for instance, which is administered not by DOE, but by HHS. And a partner we were not able to bring today, Akam Raman, who is the head of that program at HHS, wants to send his greetings to all of us and also say, make sure you tell them all about LIHEAP and what we're doing now. So we will work that in as we can. Low income home energy assistance program, LIHEAP? It's been around for 38 years?
No, since the late 60s.
Yeah, oh, so, you know, old. It's old. So, but I also want to say LIHEAP, as wonderful as it was in concept, when it was created in the 60s, it was much more beneficial than it is today. It's actually, I mean, it's great. It's all state administered. So it's a big fund from the feds that's given to the state energy offices and then flow down to the CAP agencies. States determine how it is spent. So an income eligible family may receive a couple $100 to pay an energy bill under the old system. Now, with the innovation with DOE and HHS partnering, some of that LIHEAP money may be allowed to support solar rooftop or solar community subscription. But remember, LIHEAP is not a big chunk of money, or it wasn't a big chunk of money. And previously, maybe 10 to 17% of all eligible families in a given state might receive some LIHEAP money in a given year, 10 to 17%. So it wasn't generous, but it helped the neediest families. And we're going to see that expand. And as we say, you know, teach someone to fish instead of handing them the fish. This is the intent, to give them a more permanent solution. Let's jump to solutions that work and how this panel and the answers and the programs we all support actually do deliver some benefit, or sometimes a lot of benefit, to the families we want to see served. And Cindy, I wanted to go to your projects first in Boston and maybe Buffalo, and say, how has Energy Allies, Solstice Energy Allies, been able to develop a project that does see the end user benefit?
By centering community. We start with a community needs assessment and really trying to understand where the community is, what are their needs. So if we're the ones that can answer those needs and we are the ones that can assist them, then we can partner and move forward. And if it's not us that they need, who can we bring in to help those communities? And that's what we're doing in Boston. We're working in Rochester, Roxbury, Mattapan, and Dorchester. And we are trying to, again, center the community. That's why we changed our name to Energy Allies. We're there to take our cues from them. And we've been meeting with the Community Advisory Board for over a year and a half now, meeting regularly. And we started with that community needs assessment to see where they are and tailor our education and our offerings based on that assessment. We've been working with the Community Advisory Board, which is made out of residents as well as smaller organizations that work in the community, such as Crew and Bikes Not Bombs and other smaller nonprofits that work in that area. And they've decided they wanted to own the system. We talked about community solar, we talked about energy, talked about the benefits and how do you develop community solar. And after those discussions, they said, we want to own our system. We want the benefits now. We want them to stay in the community. And this was pre-IRA. You can imagine when they said, we want to own the system, we're like, okay, how are we going to finance this?
Yeah.
Without an equity investor, without a tax equity flip, then thankfully the IRS was passed into law. Now we have that direct pay option as a nonprofit. So they were extremely excited when they heard the IRA had passed and there was a 30% direct pay option. So they immediately started talking to legal counsel. How do we incorporate? What do we need to do in order for these benefits to stay inside the community? And I think that's the bulk of our approach, is like, have the communities that have been excluded from these conversations, that have been excluded from a clean energy transition, be the ones making the decisions. And that for us is key, is why we have a community advisory board, in recognizing the time and effort that they're putting into this board. Because we, like I said, we've been meeting regularly for a year and a half. We made the commitment to fundraise so that we can actually pay them for being part of these CAB meetings.
Right.
Is, you know, we have to recognize that they're putting some of their time, they're taking off their day, of their busy days, to be part of these conversations. And they're looking at everything, not just how do we reduce our bill through a community solar project, but how do we make sure that we build this project in a way and in a place that can benefit the entire community. So we're doing that through a data-based approach. We're using a GIS method to look at the energy burdens, to look at the community itself, and find sites that just by building it, we're bringing in infrastructure, we're bringing in other benefits other than just lowering their bills. They have a workforce development committee as part of that CAB that's really focused on how do we bring more than just cutting your bills? How do we bring in more benefits to the community? And we're taking some of those lessons and doing the same in Buffalo. So we're starting with that community needs assessment to truly understand where the community is. We're looking at that database approach with that GIS data and trying to identify sites for possible community solar siting. And we're looking at paying that CAB again, because it's important to value the community's time and really show them that we respect them and we're partners.
This is a first principle. I should ask, how many of us here have, I'll make it easy, either solar on your roof or a subscription to a community solar project? All right. So if you are a subscriber, then you know you had to go through a few things to sign up for that subscription. And there's best principles behind that. But one of the best principles is if you're the developer and created that program, you were paid to design the program and bring it to fruition. And if the community members are designing their program, they need some compensation as well. So this is a good idea. Charlie, I'm going to jump to you. If you're good with this, and say, what are some of the other good principles behind program design that make community solar deliver the better benefit, the more optimized maximum benefit to the end user?
Well, I'll suggest one that I think is useful. So a lot of programs are going to wind up being first come and first serve. And in Massachusetts, there's a model not yet formally approved by our commission, but certainly developed by a utility that let's figure out how many dollars of benefit can we get if we put out an RFP and get bids? How many people can we serve at a meaningful level? And we're thinking at least $300 to $400 a year. And how do you distribute that benefit? And so we're trying to make sure, so Massachusetts has 40 defined environmental justice communities out of about 365 cities and towns. They're going to have a priority. If you have an arrearage larger than a certain amount, they're going to have a priority. So we're going to consciously deliver these important benefits in a way that we're going to make sure we hit some equity targets. Another thing, it's kind of more of a protection, is just to make sure, yes, that those benefits are substantial and actually delivered. I'd focus on those among them. Yeah, I think those are the ones I would really flag. I guess one other issue I would flag is to have materials that explain it really simply for the people it's going to be pitched to. We have worked with some mission-oriented nonprofit developers in Massachusetts. And at first they put out contracts that even we as lawyers were having a hard time understanding. And you can't imagine the number of questions we had from houses. So we've heard on other panels this whole issue, how do you get the message out? Well, it better be a pretty simple message so a low-income person's going to think, I want to partake in this thing, I understand it. So I think I'd flag those. There's some others, but I'd start with those.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say low-income people could understand. I say people who live in the world can understand it. I used to have the mother-in-law standard, where if I couldn't explain some arcane energy technology to my mother-in-law, it wasn't explainable. I just had to go back and work until Betty got it. And when Betty got it, it was like, no, that's the elevator speech right there. So, because that's love. It's like being compassionate so the people you work with understand what they're getting, why, when the benefit, will I see the benefit? Do I measure them? Do I control the benefit?
So I just want to underscore that community solar can be an important equity tool, and we're thinking about program design that ensures that outcome.
Perfect. Jennifer, I want to jump to you. Jennifer, of course, with the Illinois Solar for All program, this is a statewide program. You can speak to the entire state, but I hope you bring it down to the level that we can follow it in a more community level management. How do you deliver the substantial benefit to the end user in Illinois? We're talking about, in previous panels, maybe 5%, 10%. We know from research that most average consumers, market rate consumers, don't even feel a benefit until it hits a 20% discount. That's a minimal perception level. So Illinois has gone far beyond that.
Yeah. So Illinois was tasked, we were tasked with developing Illinois Solar for All to provide significant savings, or maybe tangible or meaningful savings was what was in the statute. And we developed Illinois Solar for All to deliver at least 50% savings for its participants. And so for community solar, what that means is, and it's only on the supply, but if the customer is getting $20 worth of credits, they can't be charged more than $10. So we wanted to make a program that actually is delivering significant savings that the customers are able to see on their bills as something that is making a big impact on their energy burden. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought.
No, how did you do that?
How do we do it? So we have, so Illinois Solar for All is incentives provided up front through REC contracts. So the Illinois Power Agency or the utilities, depending on what the funding source is, pay for 15 years of RECs up front. And so, the Illinois Solar for All REC incentives are greater than our market rate program. And with those additional incentives, the expectation is that those savings will be flowing through to the customer.
Can you guarantee or measure that they are, though? And this is always the bugaboo. Can you make sure the intention is met?
So our first community solar projects that were approved 3 or 4 years ago now are just now coming online, probably within the last year. So we have not done the evaluation of looking at the bills yet, but that is part of our next evaluation.
Okay, cool.
So it'll be, it's part of the contracts that the customer signs. So they are supposed to be, they're shown what their savings rate is, and then we'll be going back and double checking that that's actually happening.
Good. Well, we'll look forward to those results. Zoe, I wanted to make sure we spoke particularly to the sun situation. Sun, as we know, emphasizes residential rooftop installation. The Inflation Reduction Act and other federal provisions don't necessarily preference or even mention residential rooftop, preferring to build on larger asset bases. Can you speak to whether or not you can leverage anything or much in the situation of direct rooftop installation from the current tranche of federal support?
Well, I think it's been very clear today, we're all on the edge of our seat, right? It's still not very clear. And so, I would pause to be definitive. However, we have taken the opportunity during the open comment periods to at least, let a different way of doing this be possible by, I think, contributing very cogent and I think tangible, but more so transformative opportunity. So as someone who wears an equity hat for my organization, I've been fortunate in that within the field, and what brings many of us into this room today are the 4 energy equity principles. And so that's procedural, that's restorative, it's also distributional, and then also we recognize in understanding the burden that many of our communities feel. I think that as the IRA is now, and as Section 25 code is in that there is no mechanism there's no clear articulation for individuals who are not paying taxes or don't have a major tax burden to have direct receipt. And so the opportunity there for there to be a real distributive opportunity when thinking of this new energy system has possibly been missed. But again, not knowing exactly the final opportunity, we can't say. This distributive opportunity also is very much where Sun is unique in that the systems that we work to make accessible to our families are very much, ensuring that from day one, they are cash positive and that, they really are an instrument for, if not necessarily wealth building, depending on the location that they are, at least they can, they help reduce the energy burden, even if it's just a few dollars a month. It's just, again, it's also, it's helping also reduce, as we said earlier, when we define value, right, the dividend could also be health. That's immeasurable. The dividend could be, an improved quality, but then the other important dividend is connecting communities to resilience and the, I think the value of being able to have, transformative and then that some efficacy and capacity to change your community. And so I think that that's another component that we often forget in, this value add. Sometimes it's actually about helping galvanize a movement and really buttress, the grassroots capabilities for a community.
Yeah, more encompassing than the individual family seeing some amount of dollars come back on their energy bill.
Yes.
Much more encompassing than that.
And these LMI pilots that we hold act as a proxy for really community galvanization.
Absolutely. Charlie, I want to come back to you in terms of consumer protection. We talked a little bit about program design, and you mentioned a few points. The financial provisions, the consumer protection in some of the larger federal bills and ongoing in all of our advocacy for low-income delivery of service. I know NCLC has been instrumental in promoting that and advocating that. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so one that I'll put in the category of consumer protection is to make sure the LIHEAP agencies that are going to be the partners are not overburdened. So you mentioned the fact LIHEAP, believe me, is significantly underfunded compared to the need. I'll give you an example of my state. My state has to process 160,000 applications where they find the resources to learn about community solar. That's usually not what's in the wheelhouse of the people who do it. I'd also flag privacy of information. This has come up a lot in the discussions we have with community folks, is we have to make sure any sharing of information is absolutely protected. Careful vetting of the developers. And one other one we're going to suggest, because it's the unknown unknowns, it's like if there's going to be any complaints, let's make sure there's a central place that people can complain to so that we can fix things and see if there's any problem, as opposed to a one-off mistake somebody made. And one I did as a question from the floor, and several people have come up to me, we really have to figure out how community solar doesn't decrease your LIHEAP benefits or impact your utility allowances. Now, most of you are from states where LIHEAP pays your bills. Well, if your bills go down, did you just lose, for every dollar you got as a solar benefit, did you just lose it to a lower LIHEAP benefit? And I won't bore you with the complicated stuff that is utility allowances, but basically a housing authority assumes you have a certain size utility bill. They lower your rent so you can pay the utility bill, but you can have the exact same problem. If you've got a solar benefit, the housing authority could say, well, your utility costs just went down. We're going to lower your utility allowance and your rent goes up. We have to solve this problem because, again, if we're worried about equity, who are the poorest among the poorest of people living in public housing across America? I think that covers all the, one that you have mentioned, actually, you were asking Yassini about is we have to verify that the savings are real, just so that we learn what happens. All kinds of things can happen with the sun and the equipment and the transmission of the power wherever it goes. So let's make sure we're delivering the benefits.
That's right. And I want to go back to Yassini and Zoe and say, particularly to Charlie's point, when we provide some benefit, some public benefit to our struggling neighbors, do we then inadvertently take away their ability to receive another kind of benefit? For instance, generally, hey, you got an energy payment, so you don't get as many SNAP credits now, or, oh, your rent goes up because we know that.
Yeah, unfortunately, as Charlie was mentioning, that was a reality. I know that HUD, DOE, and others are trying to work around those rules so that it's clear that if you're now a community solar subscriber, if you have solar installed on your rooftop, those benefits are not affecting them because you're asking them to choose between clean energy, lower utility, but then increase their rent and take away their utility allowances. So you also have like that benefit cliffs, which is very real. And you're like, if your income goes up a little bit, you may, it may not be enough to cover that cliff. It may not be enough to cover what your benefits were covering. So, we have to make it as easy as possible for folks to keep the benefits they have, but also have access to clean energy. And I think that change of the rules, particularly by HHS, in addressing the utility allowances with HUD and LIHEAP will make a big difference in making sure that folks can access clean energy while not losing those benefits that they depend on.
Yeah, and I know Illinois also cares about that and has taken pains to do that. And Zoe, I wanted to ask about specific projects and how it works in the residential rooftop if that comes up.
It does. Well, I'd say it's slightly different in that, many of the folks that we're working with, they are homeowners. However, they are what fall under this new way of understanding families that the United Way has come up, and some of you may be familiar. It's an acronym called ALICE, and it's asset limited, income constrained, and employed. I think that really captures the experience. So where they might necessarily be recipients of a lot of economic benefits through, like SNAP, they are very much income constrained. Yeah. And so that really does, so they don't always qualify. And so thinking of the prior panels today, right, there's this where they are adversely impacted is that, going from interest to participate in a pilot to actually being able to go to switch. Sometimes it could be 24 months. And so when we think of the economic trend curve for these families, it's a W. They have feast, they have famine. And so from the time of when they apply to maybe they actually get qualified, they may not, and sometimes the incentives have timed out. And so they've lost that opportunity, or maybe they had the money, but then the opportunity. So it's just minding the gaps in between readiness and availability of pilots or projects and financing. And so I think that's the nuance, is that it's not always just about the fact that they might get the benefits cliff, but then there's also, let's not let them be vulnerable to, I guess, the technical assistance or our programming cliff, which is, a beast of its own.
Yes. Charlie, I see you like jumping up in your seat.
I just wanted to say that HUD is trying and is well-intentioned, but I've spoken to several people. The guidance needs to be ridiculously clear. There's 3,000 or so housing authorities in America, and their basic job is to collect the rent and keep the building operating. We need really clear guidance that makes sure that the people who get the solar benefit don't lose out.
For sure, for sure. Now, in Illinois, there's so many different kinds of communities and delivery systems. How does the Solar for All program try to anticipate these various constraints to win, to deliver the benefit that you have planned into that system?
Well, one thing I would hold up for that was our program administrator, Elevate, has a very hands-on approach to their approved vendor management. And so their team is really working very closely with the developers to troubleshoot issues that are coming up with their projects along the way, and helping them guide them through the process, because it is a lot of paperwork, and there's a lot of things that we are checking to make sure that it's a quality system that's serving the customers. So I think that's one big thing that I think is a benefit, is actually providing the help to the developers. So they're not just developing in a vacuum, but they're also getting some guidance from the program. And then we also have, with the new legislation a year ago, we were given an additional focus on supporting small and emerging businesses. So that's something that we are looking at to provide even better resources and one-on-one support for those kinds of developers, so that they can get into the Illinois market as it's growing, and we can be serving, not just the residents, but we're also serving businesses that are growing.
Fantastic. Okay, audience participation time. I want you to all raise your hands in the air and shake. This will prepare you to ask questions. So if you have a question, raise one hand in the air and shake it, and I'll try to see you through the glaring lights and call on you. We have just a few minutes for questions. Hand, yes. And I think someone will dash over to you with a microphone. Thank you.
Hi, Sarah Duffy, also from the Illinois Power Agency. So Jen, you do not have to answer my question. I was really curious about for So and Yesenia, for the projects that you develop where people are looking to own their systems. Illinois now is looking to increase the percentage of projects in our program where the customer owns the system. And I'm just curious, kind of what barriers you guys have run into, or lessons you've learned in working on projects where there is community ownership, and like what other programs and companies might learn from that.
I can start and pass it on to you, but it's important to start with education. I think there's this misconception that especially low to moderate income communities or frontline communities, they're not interested in clean energy. They don't have the time for that. And we find that it's complete opposite. They're the ones that are suffering the most and bearing the burden for climate change. And they do understand the benefits of clean energy and how that can change their communities. It's financing those projects that has been a challenge. Like I said, when our Boston cap decided we want to own this project, we're like, how are we doing this without a tax equity flip? Thankfully the IRA passed, but education, that financing structure are key. Building that trust with the community so that they are interested in signing up for the project, especially community solar. You said these projects can take years from the time we're talking about them till you're actually a subscriber and seeing benefits. When do you sign up those low income families? Because they're going to think, I've been on this list for 6 months. I'm still not seeing any reduction on my bill. This is not true. And they're going to start talking to their neighbors and their friends about this is a scam, this is not real. So we have to balance that in approaching the communities. But I think if you build that trust with the community, if you educate them on what the project is, what the timeline is, then it's going to be a lot easier to enroll them and subscribe them into this model.
So did you want to answer that as well?
And I think something that has come up frequently today is that income verification piece. And that, filling out paperwork over and over in this time where data sensitivities are, we're also vulnerable is a big piece. Again, there's the bureaucratic red tape in that maybe you qualified when you're in this census tract and then and there may be a move. And also when it comes to the income verification, it's being able to maybe maintain your status once qualifying. Could you possibly retain that qualifying status for much longer than maybe one tax year? And so that's an opportunity and a proposal. It's something that we suggested even in our comments to the Treasury. And so understanding that you shouldn't have to necessarily lose out of an opportunity because of processing time.
Other question?
So we have a question from Zoom that's a nice
Oh,
follow-up
okay.
to one of the answers I think that one of the panelists raised. So what are some strategies that are working for building that trust, especially among LMI subscribers with a distrust of energy products that community solar can save them money in Israel?
Like I said, education is key, and just really looking at the gatekeepers. Every community has those gatekeepers, has those trusted folks. And it is a lot easier to go through them and work with them and gain that community trust than trying to venture on your own. But it has to be genuine and it has to be legitimate, or the community will see right through it.
That's right.
Yeah, and I'll build on that. Illinois Solar for All has up to 5% of its funding that can be used for grassroots education efforts. And historically, we've done that with grassroots education campaigns done by local neighborhood agencies. And these are hyper-local groups and nonprofits that have that trust already. And so they are educating their communities and their neighbors about solar, community solar, and the Illinois Solar for All opportunities that are in their communities. And so having those grassroots educator partners has been really important for us.
Yeah, and I would add, don't expect this to be quick. I mean, we have hundreds of years of oppression and systemic isms in this country. And it's not going to be solved in one meeting with the local pastor and your community solar is going to go in. Please allow the time.
Yeah, and we're seeing that with our grassroots educators too. Our contracts are for 1 year, but we're hearing from them that it takes a while to get that foothold of trust with solar that's not been even on the radar of the communities that we're trying to reach.
Right. I think we have time for one more question. I saw a hand over here.
Hi. Yeah, I really appreciated what you all said about the economic benefits and really removing people, I guess, not allowing people to take advantage of like LIHEAP and like think about SNAP and like sort of bumping them out of the benefits that they're already getting from the government. I was really curious if through your work in community engagement, whether or not you've heard directly from the community about like other ways they'd like that wealth or some of those gains to be reflected. So like whether it's a college fund or whether it's I don't know, like you know, new library or something. I'm just curious if you've dealt with that at all. Ask that question.
Was the question whether there were other things impacted? I didn't hear.
Beyond the individual savings on a bill,
Yeah.
what other benefits would the community appreciate, or have we heard that the community appreciates? Is that your question?
Is there a way to like I'm thinking about finding a way to like have your cake and eat it too. So not only having the solar on your roof, but not being knocked out of the LIHEAP, like not losing your LIHEAP abilities, not losing your like
other benefits.
Other benefits.
Right.
Well, the ones I know about are LIHEAP and utility allowances. I suppose other programs could count a solar benefit as income. I hope they don't. So the only two I know about that have been directly impacted are, well, LIHEAP potentially, utility allowances has actually happened. It's been a big problem. I don't know of any others where it's been a problem. I don't know if I answered your question. I wasn't
I
hearing
think
so
the
well.
community also benefits from community level, as Zoe was saying, community level
engagement,
resiliency centers that combine solar and storage as well as some offtake.
If I can add, I know that our group in Boston, that is a question that is at the front of their community benefits plan, is how do we build this project? Who gets the benefit from the subscription? And they're looking at this as a generational wealth building mechanism.
Yeah.
Not just about reducing their energy bills, but how can they build this project in a way that leads to generational wealth building? So they are thinking beyond the savings on the bill. Where do we site it? Who builds it? How do we split the benefits with the community? All of those are questions so that we can lead to a generational wealth building.
Yeah. I want to thank you all. We don't want to go too much over our time. We're a little over our time. I do want to encourage all of you here to come to this panel after the session or through email. I think each of the panelists' contact information is in the program from DOE. I also want to encourage you to look forward later this spring to the National Community Solar Partnership and DOE releasing a new tool that I think will be tremendously helpful for this body in particular. The community, let me make sure I get the title right.
The Community Solar Subscription Tool.
There you go. Low income community solar subscription tool, which is not out quite yet, but will be available as a free public resource in addition to all the other tremendous resources developed by DOE and its labs for our use to continue delivering these great benefits to all the families and the neighbors we care about. So look for the low income community solar subscription tool later this spring. And I hope one of the DOE folks will say where you can find that. I think somewhere in the National Community Solar Partnership, there'll be an announcement for sure. So look for that, use it, spread it around and continue delivering the benefit and seeking the innovations that enable us to expand in a creative way, both clean energy and the wealth building opportunity, jobs, income, other benefits for our communities that we so badly need and so compassionately care to share. Thanks a bunch.
Good luck. Step over it. Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
it is
Good
bright up here.
afternoon. We have one more final session for you, and I think it's going to be a really exciting one, featuring our grand prize winners for the Sunny Awards that we heard about earlier today. So today's panel is focused on really centering the meaningful benefits of community solar. And like I said, the wonderful panelists today are the Sunny Awards winners. And they are really, the panel will focus on highlighting their projects and programs that are prioritizing meaningful benefits of community solar to their subscribers and communities. They're an exemplary group of community solar leaders who are designing and developing equity-focused community solar projects and programs. The panel will discuss best practices and what else is needed to really incorporate these kind of benefits at scale. So now it's my pleasure to turn it over to our fantastic moderator, Yasmin Yacobi from DOE's Office of Economic Impact and Diversity. And I really look forward to this rich conversation.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Julia. And thank you all so much for being here with us today. We're really excited. It's the final panel of the day. So let's keep our energy up and get excited here for some benefits, all right? All right, so we are so excited to be here today talking with you about meaningful benefits in community solar. As Julia said, my name is Yasmin Yacobi. I'm the Deputy Chief of Staff at the Department of Energy's Office of Economic Impact and Diversity. My office is leading the critical shift to approaching the climate crisis through equity-centered solutions that gives everyone, and particularly those on the front lines of climate change, the resources they need to thrive. We're here because this is an extraordinary moment in time. As we know, we've heard about this all day. We are in the midst of this clean energy transition. But as we know, certain communities have historically borne the brunt of the clean energy system and of the energy system in general. Black households are more likely than other communities to live in the shadows of fossil fuel generation, and communities of color live with a toxic legacy of air pollution that is a direct result of the structure and design of our energy system. Further, these communities of color have not been able to benefit in equal measure from the clean energy transition that is taking hold of this country. And I want to recognize here that the racial and economic disparities that we see throughout the United States is a direct result of the legacies of slavery, of Jim Crow, of redlining, and of a myriad other government-sanctioned policies and programs. And just as these policies were created intentionally, our efforts to undo their harm have to be intentional. So right now, there is this whole new potential for community solar that hasn't existed before because of the bipartisan infrastructure law, because of CHIPS, the Inflation Reduction Act, legislation being passed in states on community solar, and resources, tools, and new research that is coming out to support increased deployment. So we have to make sure that we take these new potential reaches, we have to make sure that these new potential reaches the communities most impacted by the climate crisis and by the energy system. We need to make sure that these opportunities are reaching communities and increasing resilience, increasing wealth, workforce development, and labor and bill reductions. So we have this incredible panel who's already doing this work to talk to us about the opportunities and the challenges that exist in designing and deploying equity-focused community solar projects. So with that, I'd like to introduce our amazing panelists and our new Sunny Award winners. With us, we have today Ingemar Mathiasen, who is the coordinator of the Northwest Arctic Energy Steering Committee. We have Tess McKenna, who's a program manager with Citizen Energy Corporation. We have Gretchen Bradley, a senior program manager at Solar One. We have Jennifer Richmond, a program analyst and data lead at the DC Department of Energy and Environment. And we have Puya Najmaye, who is a policy and regulatory director at Cooperative Energy Futures. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to the panelists. If you could quickly, in 1 to 2 to 3 minutes, talk a little bit about yourself and about your projects. And if you could just highlight 1 to 2 unique features, especially pertaining to meaningful benefits.
Okay, so for our region, we are basically up in the Northwest Arctic, and it's above the Arctic Circle. And initially back in 2012, 2013, when we first started this, we were trying to get some funding, called over to DC and said, we'd like to have some funding to put solar in the Arctic. And they go, well, it's dark over there, isn't it? So we worked a little more and had some data collected, and eventually we got some funding to put on our water plant. And after a year of study, we had we saw we had 11% availability of solar. And after that, we started to put together an energy steering committee and went through the sequence of estimating what we could do for the different villages. And I would say that the most important things for the region is to take charge of our own energy resources up there and the future of the community, and being less influenced by any outside energy cost fluctuations of diesel fuel, ultimately trying to be more independent, right? It creates energy security and get the local resources available and develop, stabilize the cost over long term, and eventually bring down the cost of electricity due to harvested locally. The most important thing is when everybody looks at it, we want, why do we want to send money, all our money, to Saudi Arabia or Russia, for heaven's sake, and get this oil from far away when we can develop our resources in the region and keep the money in the community? So we're doing this slowly transition of trying to get any energy resource that we have available developed in such a way that the money stays in the community.
Thank you. That's great. Hello. Thank you so much for the US DOE for having us today, to you, Yasmin, for guiding our discussion, and for the NCSP for putting on this incredible event. I know it's been many weeks of hard work, and it's been great getting to meet all of you here. I'm Tess McKenna. I am the Jover Sun Program Manager at Citizens Energy. And Citizens, I've had about, 50 people this weekend come up and say, Citizens is so familiar. Why do I know you? I'll tell you. In 1979, we were founded by former Congressman Joe Kennedy II. And since then, we have been disrupting price inequities in the prescription drug market. We have given free oil heat to 25 million households across America. We are working with, making education more accessible to people in other regions. We are working with natural gas. And in the last 10 years or so, we've kept the basic mission that we've always had of making life's basic needs more affordable. And we've pivoted toward a clean energy focus. And we have a lot of renewable energy focuses underway in microgrids, battery storage, solar power, and transmission. But we were only allowed to submit 3 projects to the Sunny Awards, so I'll just talk about those. Jover Sun is a community solar program that provides a steep discount on energy credits produced by our 7 utility scale solar projects across Massachusetts and in New York. To increase low income access, we don't charge any fees ever. We don't have a credit check. We don't require a credit card. We don't require an email. Applicants can sign up through our online portal, email, paper, mailing it in, handing it to us. If you want to apply, we will make it happen. And we try to make that accessible as possible, and then also couple that with community development. We prefer to build on brownfields, pardon. Asheville is built on Ashland, my God. Brownfields Ashland is built on a Superfund site, and our other project that we submitted for this, Falmouth, is built on a capped landfill. And for both, we have to work really closely with the community to make sure that we develop community trust and that community buy-in that is so essential, as all of you in the room know, to getting clean energy, community solar to work for a community. People have to trust it and have to know that we're in it for their best interests. In 3 years of running the program, we've saved 2,500 households over $1.5 million. And I talk to a lot of customers, and they have told me that that goes toward bills that are keeping their lights on, keep the water running, bills that they might not have been able to pay truly without our program. So I'm really proud of that. And in addition to Jover Sun, we have a built, owned, and operated the Citizens Imperial Solar Program, which is just 2 hours south of us in California's poorest county, Imperial County. Our 39 megawatt array there help service 12,000 households and make sure that every single one of them is saving hundreds of dollars over the lifetime of the program. So our two major solar energy undertakings, Citizens Imperial and Joe for Sun, operate really differently. And it's elucidated a lot about the successes and the pitfalls in community solar as it exists in the US today. I am so excited to be here along with our fellow panelists to discuss how we can build a renewable energy future that is affordable, that is accessible, and for everybody.
Hi, everyone. My name is Gretchen Bradley. I'm the Community Solar Program Manager at Solar One, which is a New York City-based education environmental nonprofit. And the team and work that I do is community solar technical assistance for community-based organizations, other nonprofits. And I'm going to highlight the project that we won the Sunny Award for, called Community Power. And Solar One's role in that project, we compare it to like connective tissue, like bringing a lot of partners together who have expertise in other areas that help us deliver this like really incredible and really beneficial project. So the first thing I wanted to like kind of just talk about was how important partnerships were with it. We were one of like 7 to 10 partners working on this project at once, with community-based organizations doing outreach in the like neighborhoods around where the solar arrays were going. We had other nonprofits doing workforce outreach and development. We had mission-driven financiers like SunWealth helping us get this project off the ground. We worked with the Public Housing Authority, with the utility, with an energy cooperative, and it really took everyone's patience and just, like I said, expertise to get this project off the ground. And two really like special things for me about this project are that first, it's 100% low to moderate income households that are subscribers. There are 500 subscribers to this project, which is 1.2 megawatts of community solar across 40 public housing rooftops. And so when we're offering them a 20% discount on credits, which is double the market rate in New York City. And so the LMI access was a really important part for us, as well as for our community-based organizations that we worked with to get their neighborhoods involved and subscribed and see those real savings. And then the second big highlight was we had a workforce training and development part of this project, where we had a nonprofit partner who helped recruit unemployed public housing residents to take Solar One's 3-week solar class, become OSHA certified, and were hired and paid to work on the actual solar installations. So really, really proud of that. And 5 of them are now full-time employees at different solar companies working on projects. So yeah, thank you for having me.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jen Richmond. I'm representing the District of Columbia's Department of Energy and Environment. And our Solar for All program, which apparently has the same name as Illinois Solar for All program, which I didn't know, but great minds, uncreative minds. Our Solar for All program was launched in 2016, and it was actually codified into DC's law. There are 2 major goals of our Solar for All program. The first is to reach 100,000 low to moderate income households in the district by 2032, which is pretty ambitious, especially given that DC's population is only about 650,000 altogether. Our second goal is to cut those subscribers' electric bills in half. And we actually, with our subscriber manager, Groundswell, who's represented here today, we actually did some analysis to show that we are in fact meeting that goal and exceeding it in some cases on average. So that's great. Our program over the past 7 years has really evolved from the planning and development phase, and now we're fully in the expansion phase. We're trying to build out as much capacity in terms of our solar installments and our subscriber base as possible. Right now we have 35 megawatts of installed capacity, and we are expected to exceed 10,000 subscribers this fiscal year. We see 2 major pathways helping us develop and expand the program further in the near term. The first of which is modernizing the electric grid in DC, and that one's not really under our control so much, but we can work with the utility and the Public Service Commission to see that we can increase the hosting capacity so that we can ease some of the curtailment issues that the DC Sustainable Energy Utility, our contractor who manages these projects, continually runs into. The second part of expansion is really working with the partners that we have, the different agencies, different community organizations, deepening those relationships and expanding those relationships to other partners in the communities. So that's how we plan to continue to expand and move forward.
Great. Thanks, Yasmin. It's nice to see everyone here. My name is Puya Najmai. I am the Policy and Regulatory Director for Cooperative Energy Futures. We are based in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We're a member-owned, democratically run solar energy co-op, and we focus on low to moderate income member subscribers in historically disadvantaged populations. We currently have about 700 plus members, subscribers, slash owners, and 8 currently operating solar gardens and another 7 in the pipeline, various stages of development. Just to highlight a few things that we've done that we've, I believe are being recognized through the Sunny Awards for is, I would say one of the biggest things is our cooperatively run model. It's run through the lens of energy democracy or energy justice. There is a one-time, lifetime $25 fee to be part of the co-op. So it's very accessible. And basically what it does is it builds equity through and wealth through our dividends and through actually equity offerings as well. So profits that are not being used to grow the co-op go back to our members. And it's democratically controlled, as I mentioned. So members, meaning people who get electricity, also can run for the board and vote for the board. So they are our bosses as staff too for the cooperative. And then secondly, and we can probably discuss this a little bit more in detail, but I'll just very shortly summarize that we had an issue with financing for gardens like this. As you can imagine, well, one thing we do, I guess I should say, is we do not check credit or income for any of the subscribers. And we actually focus, like I said, on historically disadvantaged populations. So as you can imagine from a tax equity point of view, if you're a tax equity investor, this doesn't sound terribly appealing. It almost feels like 200 separate risks within 1 megawatt of a project, and we bundle our project together. So what we did is we came up with what we call a backup subscriber model, which is basically partnering with trusted local institutions or businesses, whether it be state, city, or creditworthy companies that have a stake in the community, and we allow them, the contract basically says they take anywhere from 5 to 15% of the garden at the beginning of the, when it operates. And then if we have any defaults in electricity bills, they automatically take up that subscription. And then because of Minnesota's rules in the community solar garden program, any single subscriber can take up to 40% of a garden. So it allows a very large leeway for possible defaults, which we pretty much knew was not going to happen. But of course, tax equity investors didn't believe that. And so then after they take that, let's say they take a certain amount, whatever, we immediately start looking for another subscriber. So they don't keep that, the backup subscriber. They just hold on to it until we can find another subscriber to take it up. And our default rate is well under 1%. So it's proven to be very effective and a good investment for tax equity investors as well.
Amazing. Thank you all so much. These are such incredible and innovative projects. And Puya, you gave us a perfect segue into the next question because you started talking about the challenges, right? We all know that these projects are truly incredible. We love the benefits that you're achieving. We heard some of the benefits discussed, including, a cooperative run model, right? Actual democratic management, which is one of the pillars of environmental justice and energy justice, as you were saying. We heard about other benefits, like benefits outside of energy burden and bill reduction that Tess mentioned, actual personal resiliency of knowing that you can pay other bills aside from your energy bill. And so to get here, to get to these amazing benefits, there were challenges, I'm sure. So I'd love to hear about some of the challenges you faced in embedding these benefits. And if you could just highlight one key resource and one key relationship that helped you overcome these challenges. And I'd love to start with Gretchen, and then we can kind of move around the horn.
Sure. I think this was mentioned in panels in the last couple of days as well as probably today, but I think one of the main challenges we faced was with customer enrollment. I mean, there has been mentioned a lot that energy service companies really gave community solar a bad name, a bad rap, and people were really hesitant and distrustful of the offer. And I think that plus we were enrolling with a two-bill system was very challenging. And I think so that was the challenge, getting people to sign a subscriber agreement to really engage with us and be excited about this and really see the benefit that they could get. And I would say the relationships, I guess, with multiple people or multiple groups that got us in that door, which I think really, there were two. And I'll say first is the community-based organizations. Like they are the trusted neighborhood partners. They've been in the community. They understand what the community needs. And so being able to turn to them and ask, like, what else do we need to do? What isn't working? What is working? Just really provided the right perspective and the right next step to try something different, for them to use their collective voices and their other programs to uplift the project. And then I'll say something about this community power project was really unique is that the utility actually invested in the project. They were told by New York State, you need to put a low-income community solar project together. And so they had an investment in the project and wanted to see the success of it. And the relationship with the utility got us over that hump of subscriber enrollment. They stepped in when we needed them to help us identify customers who were already receiving a bill discount through the low-income bill discount program, and who needed this benefit more than others. And so I think those two relationships were really important for that challenge. I think utilities come with a lot of other challenges, but I'll pause there.
Oh, amazing. And I mean, the trust piece that you identified is one of the hardest challenges to overcome. And I'm sure that we'll hear more about that from the other panelists, but also, rebuilding trust with the utility, which is often a relationship that is lacking in communities, is critical. Ingemar, maybe we can move to you for some challenges.
Yeah, definitely. That's one of the biggest challenges we have. Back in 2008 and 2009, when we had the first energy crisis and the price started to go up, we brought together the whole region. The Northwest Arctic Borough is 10 communities around Kotzebue, which is the hub. There is no roads up there. Fuel back then was about, I would say $5-6 up to $8 a gallon, and electricity fluctuated around 40-50 cents. In the Shungnak project today, the electric cost is 88 cents per kilowatt hour, and the fuel for heating the houses is close to $15 a gallon. So it became basically one of the biggest challenges was to find a way to mitigate against this incredible rise in cost. I should also say that all the villages have only air flights between them, right? And in 20 years, the cost has almost tripled to go between the communities for the same reason. Logistics and fuel has gone up, and air transportation has gone up with it. So it became a survival issue to bring everybody together. So in 2008 and 2009, together with the NANA regional corporations and all the stakeholders in the area, the borough and the NANA together put together an energy summit. We brought all the village stakeholders together, everybody that had any kind of interest in fixing this problem. And we had a summit of about, I don't know, we had maybe 200 people in that summit from this little region, right? And then we decided to go ahead and figure out how to do this. And since then, 2 times a year, we meet in the spring and in the fall with a steering committee to constantly keep updating this energy plan that we developed over time. That collaboration and stakeholder engagement is what's been driving all our projects up there towards a better future for basically the kids that we're looking at. One of the obstacles is to convince governments all the way down to city government, tribal governments, and up. The system in the United States is a 4-year cycle, right? So how do you put in a plan for 20, 30, 40, 50 years into the future? And you start looking at hydro project, you're looking hundreds years in. It's hard to put that vision in and get people to sign on to it. But being consistent, keep bringing people in and bring people from the outside in. And that has been our absolute driving point to where we got to this Shungnak project. Getting the utility in there initially couldn't happen more than 10% because these are microgrids. They only had old generators. They couldn't allow any more than 10% of additional power coming in. So when the batteries came into the picture a few years back, that was a big game changer. So the Shungnak project is an IPP owned by the tribe, the community itself, and they actually own the battery. So with that battery, it now controls the utility instead. And the power purchase agreement allows that control to happen. So we're all the way up to that point. So the constant collaboration and stick with it and keep refining the plan and just weed out the obstacles.
Amazing. And this is really touching on, again, that procedural justice piece of really bringing everybody together and continuing to have conversations, as well as that community ownership piece, which is so critical and a big challenge that I know a lot of people in the room face. Jennifer, I'd love to turn it over to you for some challenges, and then we'll move on to what the future can look like.
Yeah, more of the same here. Building trust has been one of our biggest challenges in customer acquisition. I think we've gone about trying to ease worries around trust in different ways. One of the ways is working through trusted institutions, which is a theme that's been echoed throughout the day. But we really work with, other service providers like TANF, SNAP, LIHEAP, other utility assistance providers. We try to work through them to establish a link of trust where we can then extend an offer for the Solar for All program. We've also kind of, sidestepped trust in a way this year because with our LIHEAP applications, we've actually included automatic terms where we automatically enroll LIHEAP applicants into Solar for All. And we don't have, there's no requirement for our program to re-verify income on a regular basis. And so once someone is enrolled into the Solar for All program, they stay in the program, unlike LIHEAP, which requires the applicant to reapply each year. So that's been a huge gateway for us to get subscribers into the program. And then they see that they're getting that bill credit. And it's really a program that does no harm, has a very small barrier to entry in terms of signing up for the program, and then provides this great benefit. So I think that's one way that we're sort of spreading the word and getting people established in the program so that they can tell their neighbors that this is, this is a good opportunity.
Absolutely. And braiding resources is such a critical piece of this. There's so many resources out there, and bringing them all into one place. And then, like you said, lowering the barrier to entry is huge. We often, tell people who have been underserved by our systems that they need to prove that they've been underserved. And that can be really disheartening and really difficult to have to constantly prove and reprove that you need help. So with that, I'd like to turn to the future. And Puya, I'd like to direct this question at you. What does the future look like for your work, and how are you and your organization stepping up to meet this amazing moment of community solar?
Well, we have, as a staff, a little over doubled in the last year. So that's been very helpful because we were all very much at capacity before this. But some of the things, the IRA, as has been mentioned many times here, is going to be very beneficial for us coming up in the future. But also, we have since I've been working, being the policy and regulatory director, we've been working on laying foundational policies, or at least attempting to push them in order to make community solar more scalable, especially community owned or a community benefited community solar. So, I'm a registered lobbyist for the last 5 years. I've been pushing certain bills at the legislature in Minnesota. And this year, the political landscape is very favorable for the first time in quite a while for us. So it looks like we will hopefully, fingers crossed, I don't want to speak before it happens, but hopefully pass something this year that's going to very much benefit not only our co-op, but anyone who wants to do community solar in a community owned or community benefit way. So it's basically going to do things like if you have a certain amount of subscribers that are residential versus, you know, commercial and industrial and institutional. And also within that 50% or so that we're requiring for residential subscribership, there needs to be somewhere between, it's yet to be decided due to negotiations, but 20 to 25% low income within there as well. And if you don't check credit or income, you basically get a higher bill credit. So in Minnesota, we currently go by what's called the value of solar, which is, you know, somewhere around 10-ish cents per kilowatt hour, but it doesn't have a class distinction, meaning it doesn't have a, there's no distinction between, you know, commercial, industrial, and residential, which is, as you can imagine, if you're signing up all residential people, there's a disadvantage involved there because it costs more to acquire and to keep customers and to manage customers and so forth. So big policy aspect to what we're doing. We're also in the regulatory space. We are, you know, I'm following all the dockets at the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission. We are currently official interveners in the rate case in Minnesota. So there's just a lot of things we're doing. I think we punch well above our weight for such a small organization, politically and in the regulatory sphere. So that's huge. And then, like, you know, financing, getting this model that we have, this backup subscriber model, it is attractive just simply because of some of the things I mentioned before. But once you add into things like, you know, the IRA and the fact that, you know, depending on how the rulemaking bears out, we're going to probably be receiving 50 to 60 to, I don't know, maybe 70 if they allow that %, you know, not, you know, direct pay, but it will be saleability or transferability. So that's all very huge. And I think part of what's going to lay the foundational purpose for then expanding and hiring more staff to get out there and acquire more customers and just put out the word, because it's very hard to, especially amongst the, you know, groups of people that we're trying to approach. It's very hard to just tell them, like, look, there's no catch to this. You pay $25, you get money off your electricity right away. You know, you're part owner of the system. It's hard because people have been taking advantage of time and time again. And it's just not something that is usually offered, like a no catch thing with people coming right at your door and offering you. So, yeah.
No, absolutely. And like you were saying, institutionalizing all of this work is so critical. And, you know, Ingemar was mentioning how it's so difficult to do that at a long-term scale when you have short-term people that you need to work with. So with that, I want to look a little bit at what you all think is needed to embed these types of benefits and to overcome these challenges at scale. And Tess, I'd love to start with you, and then maybe we can go around the horn before we open it up for a couple of questions.
Yeah, so what was the question, Irene?
Yeah, what do you think is needed to embed these types of benefits at scale?
Okay.
I'd say number one is consolidated billing. For people in the room who don't know, we currently operate often in a 2-bill system where people get their utility bill less the clean energy credits from us, and then necessarily receive a second bill from us for the discounted energy credits. It is hard enough to give away free money. It is harder when it is structured like a scam. And it's not. We are a trusted community institution. Citizens Energy has been operating in the Boston area, like I said, for 40 years. We have credibility with our community. We have credibility with our legislators. We have credibility with the social services organizations that we partner with in order to help out get the word for this. It is a massive waste of time and money. It is a massive barrier to entry. It makes people who are already having difficulty paying their bills have an even harder time paying their bills. So in order to implement accessible clean energy at scale with community solar, we absolutely need a consolidated billing model. And I'm paying attention to the states that are in the midst of these, you know, regulatory debates right now. And it's disconcertingly common to see the 2 billing system suggested and put forth as a real viable option that doesn't cause a massive disruption to the amount of people that we get on board. So we need real input and cooperation from legacy players, especially utilities. And we need to figure out a way to incentivize utilities to want to do this, because right now they don't have that incentive and it doesn't make a lot of sense for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Why don't we move on to Gretchen? We'll continue down the line and come back to you more.
Yeah, I think there's actually a really big opportunity with workforce development. And when I say that opportunity, I think there needs to be an investment in workforce development within the solar sphere, especially in community solar with the large scale opportunities that there are for the size of the projects. And I think something that Solar One is doing, which I'm really happy to see, is we're not just now offering like classes to teach unemployed New Yorkers, like how do you install solar? What is a ballasted system? Like these basic things. We now have a new program where it's called industry engagement, where now we're creating partnerships with installers for these graduates to actually get into the workforce and see that path that may not have been very clear after just finishing a class. So that's one way I think that would be great.
Yeah, I think a whole combination of factors are really necessary. One I mentioned before, which is modernizing the electric grid. Curtailment really is a big issue. Increasing the hosting capacity, creating more certainty, ensuring that solar interconnection happens in a timely and cost-effective way. Those are all going to be key things going forward for our program in DC, and I imagine others. Creating, a diverse network of community partners. We've seen this be really key time and time again. We just had a really interesting project that took hold in DC where we worked with our water utility, DC Water, as well as private developers and other agencies in the city to put solar panels on one of our big reservoirs in the city. So we've put solar panels on top of the cap of the reservoir and around the grounds of the reservoir. And that took a partnership that had developed and evolved over a series of years. So keeping that diverse network and continuing to utilize that network in different ways has been really key and will continue to be. Continuing to have a regulatory environment that enables solar development, that's really been the pushing factor behind Solar for All, I feel like. And luckily we have a very favorable favorable regulatory environment in DC. So hopefully that continues to be the case. And then in the private sector, what would really help push things forward is continued innovation to make panels more efficient, to make them more durable, to last longer, and then come up with creative solutions for where to place panels. DC is a very constrained geographical place where we don't have a lot of space and real estate's very expensive. So, whether it's vertical panel placement or panels that change location or change their position throughout the day, coming up with creative solutions, that's going to be really key.
Great. So I would say having consistent and reliable financing partners, especially tax equity partners, would be a good thing. I mean, we've been able to find them, but consistent and reliable that we can bring large portfolios to and actually team with other groups like the People's Solar Energy Fund, which one of the executive directors is here, Mackenzie over there in the corner. And another thing would be having robust community partnerships to acquire these sites. So we have, teamed up with cities on their public works buildings, community centers. We've teamed up with mosques and churches, other nonprofits, state entities like the Department of Transportation. But, having more of those would help even more, obviously. Consolidated billing, as Tess was mentioning, is a big thing. I've been arguing at the PUC for years now for that. And finally, last year, our PUC ordered our local utility to come up with a pilot programs for just like community oriented organizations like ours. We haven't been able to come to an agreement on that, but with the utility, but that's one thing that will, when it happens, will help a lot. Interconnection reform in general, as Amy was mentioning, that's a huge thing. You can, cite or you can allow as much solar as you want policy-wise, but it doesn't matter if you can't connect it to the grid. And I would say finally, a cooperative utility. That would be very helpful. We have not experienced that yet, and we're hoping that happens soon.
I would, up in Alaska, we're looking at an RPS, a renewable portfolio standard, to try to put it in place. And we have this battle back and forth with utilities. And what the people want and what utilities want is not always the same thing. And yet, just like our energy plan that we have worked on now for 13 years, a renewable portfolio standard that is dynamic and constantly can change with new technology and allow household and community solar in there in the actual standard. That's what I would suggest. Additional to with looking at property tax should not increase when you put solar on your house. It should be going down instead. I mean, it's better for the environment. Those two things I think would change things.
I hoped we would have time for some questions. We have about 5 seconds left. And so I unfortunately we don't, but I do want to encourage all of you to come up to these amazing panelists, ask them the questions. How did you define meaningful benefits in this community? What does it take to form a meaningful relationship with the stakeholders who are in the community? What were the actual tangible steps you took? Because this is feedback you can all take back and you can utilize. And they've been through it. They've been through the ringer and they've done it all. And they can give you some of their best practices. So with that, a huge round of applause for our Sunny winners and for
all right. We have reached that time. I just want to take the opportunity on behalf of the Department of Energy, on behalf of the Biden-Harris administration, to thank you all for participating today. Secretary Granholm has charged us to deploy, and you all are a critical component of that. So I want to just thank you all. I want to take a moment to thank the incredible team at DOE and CSP. Can we give them one more round of applause? And now to officially close us out, I want to invite Nicole back up just for some closing remarks, and then we will enjoy some merriment.
Thank you, Jeff. Really appreciate you jumping in. I do have to give my massive thanks to all of the CCSA partners, all of the NCSP partners. So everybody in the room, if you are not an NCSP partner, please become an NCSP partner before your head hits the pillow this evening. Again, I just want to thank Jeff and Deputy Secretary Turk and Garrett and the entire NCSP team for being here, all of the moderators and panelists, and everyone else who made this event possible. So give yourself a round of applause for participating. The last thing I'll just say is last year we announced our goal to ensure that 5 million households can see $1 billion in savings with by 2025. 2025 is basically tomorrow. This year, we announced the Community Power Accelerator, the $10 million prize to support folks to develop community solar with meaningful benefits, and the Sunny Awards to truly recognize folks who are doing that work today. And so we want to see more of those Sunny Award members go through the accelerator. And that's truly what we want to see the community solar industry look like. That is truly democratizing the benefits of solar. And that's what we want to see with the National Community Solar Partnership. It is definitely community solar's time to shine. So thank you so much. And I hope you have a really great evening. There will be a happy hour, but because we are the government, we are going to just direct you in a certain direction. And I hope to see a lot of people there. So thanks again.
So who's interested in some merrymaking / happy hour? I thought so. I love it. you don't know me, you might know me from Mobilize. I'm Travis. We talked about organizing a possible gathering at the Dockside restaurant here. However, there is